Yeah, I'm online.
Hello, is that you, Professor?
Yes, I'm here. I'm waiting for a signal to start. Are you
well,
going
you
to be
can start. You can start.
Thank you very much. Are you going to be projecting my presentation? Hello?
Hello, Professor, you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. All the delegates, as they say, all protocols observed, good afternoon. I'm happy to be here with you to make a presentation on the Kenyan journey towards the competency-based education.
Prof, can you project your presentation, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I sent it earlier and I thought it would be projected. That's why it is not coming. I was hoping it would be projected from your end. Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I sent the presentation and I was hoping it would be projected from your end.
What is he saying? Can you please project it? Yes. Now we can see it. Now we can see it.
There it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I was saying that all the protocol is observed. I recognize all the dignitaries and delegates present. And I also indicated that I was making this presentation after being advised by my principal secretary, Dr. Belio Kipsang, who is not able to be with us because of other unavoidable circumstances. I will proceed straight to the presentation because I realize we don't have so much time. But let me indicate that I listened to a bit of what was presented earlier, and I concur with most of what the earlier colleagues have said. So because of that, where I come to slides where some of the issues I would have mentioned have been discussed, I will skip them. So on my first slide, I have a brief description of Kenya, which I will not dwell into. If we can move on to that, that's where we are. I think of importance is the fact that we have about 3 million learners in school, where 8 million learners in school, where the secondary school component has 9 million. The primary school component has about, the primary has 23 million, primary has about 9 million. And if you go to the next slide, you will find a small breakdown, yes, of our secondary school enrollment by class and by gender as at the 2011. Again, I don't want to spend so much time on that. We could move to the next slide. Another short background issue that according to the Kenyan Constitution 2010, pre-primary education is devolved. That means that it is the function of county governments, and we have 47 of them. But primary school education from grade 1 up to senior school is the work or the responsibility of the national government. If we could move to the next one. Like any other country, and maybe, Madam Moderator, the screen is cutting off some parts. I don't know whether that is the case on your side. But I wanted to indicate that like any other country, we in Kenya have 8 goals of education. goals that define the kind of learning areas that we have, goals that define the levels of education, and even the type of curriculum that we have adopted. Again, they are listed there, they will be shared. I don't have to go into them. Now, then I go straight to some of the key reforms that we have instituted in education in Kenya. One of them is reforms in conducting quality assurance and standards, reforms in teacher education, reforms in integration of ICT in schools, and reforms in audit in school. And again, those probably are common issues that I will not quite dwell into. We are driven in these reforms with the intention of assuring that we have access, we have retention, we have transition. In Kenya, we are implementing 100% transition from pre-primary to primary level of education. And then from primary to secondary level of education, we are also trying to ensure that 100% of our learners at those levels transit to secondary education. And because of that, the government has a policy of free and compulsory primary education and free day secondary school education. At all levels, we are practicing inclusivity in terms of gender, we in terms of incorporating special needs learners, and even in terms of all the regions of the country. And because of that, school fees in the public schools have been harmonized, and the government purchases core textbooks for all the learners in public schools in the country from grade 1 all the way to senior school. I have skipped that slide. If we can move up to where we have salient features of the competency-based curriculum. Good, salient features of the competence-based education. Now, at this point, I will bring us to speed with some of the processes that led us to the adoption of the competency-based curriculum. If you can move to the slide which talks about salient features of the competency-based education, competency-based curriculum. Yes, there. So delegates, I want to share that somehow in the year 2015, somewhere in the year 2015, the Ministry of Education in Kenya instituted a needs assessment for curriculum reforms. Needs assessment for curriculum reforms. This needs assessment had been long anticipated because it had been suggested far back in 2013, about 3 years after promulgation of the new constitution. And the suggestion was made by a task force on curriculum reforms in Kenya, a task force which was formed by the late President Mwai Kibaki in order to align the education curriculum to the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So fast forward, the needs assessment was done in 2015. The needs assessment was accompanied by a lot of stakeholder engagement and also international benchmarking. And one of the issues that emerged was that the education curricula in most parts of the world had moved from knowledge-based curricula to the competency-based curricula to be able to align education with the digital revolution, which I had some colleagues of ours talked about, and to enable our learners to imbibe the 21st century skills. And so after the needs assessment, the education stakeholders sat together and developed what we now call basic education curriculum framework that would institute the adoption of the competency-based curriculum. Some of the salient features of the basic education curriculum framework were that the curriculum was being adjusted from an 8-4-4 system, which meant 8 years of primary education, 4 years of secondary education, and 4 years of university education, to a 6-3-3-3 system, where our learners would do 2 years in pre-primary education, 6 years of primary education, 3 years of junior school, and 3 years of senior school. Some of the key pillars were that we would have a curriculum that would ensure that all learners' potentials are nurtured, a curriculum that would be flexible enough to take care of learners' competencies, so that we don't force learners to learn particular subjects regardless of their abilities, but we give learners an opportunity to be able to pursue that in which they have demonstrated interest and that in which they would have demonstrated some ability. We also were informed by the need to inculcate values among our learners, and our mission, therefore, is to develop and produce an ethical and engaged and an empowered citizen. So this curriculum has been implemented in Kenya now since then, from pre-primary level to grade 6, which is the last stage of the primary school. As we talk now, we are implementing this curriculum from next week at grade 7, where we will be starting the first level of junior secondary. If you can move straight to the slide on, I think you have, yes, if you can move straight to, yeah, I can pick it up from there, that the reform of the curriculum has involved 4 primary agencies, but of course, as the core, even as we also involve other stakeholders. The key primary agency is the KICD, which is the institution that is mandated to develop curricula and curriculum reforms, and also curriculum support materials. That is KICD, where I am the director. The other key agency is the Kenya National Examinations Council, which is involved in assessing our curricula. And the delegates may want to be informed that we have adopted a competency-based assessment where 60% of our assessment of learners is school-based and only 40% is summative and offered at national level. Another key agency is the Teacher Service Commission, which is in charge of teachers, posting, and even teacher education. And finally, the Department of Quality Assurance and Standards at the Ministry of Education has also been very, very key. If you can move on up to the slide where we talk about special needs education, because the rest of what we have there is common knowledge. Please proceed. The person projecting to where we have special needs education. Yes, thank you very much. It is important to indicate that one of the things we are doing in reforming the curriculum to the competency-based curriculum is to make sure that we walk along with the special needs learners, again, from pre-primary all the way to senior school. And what is happening is that the special needs learners have been categorized broadly into 2. We have those ones who can follow the mainstream curriculum, some of them with a bit of adaptation. This includes learners who are visually impaired, physically impaired, and maybe those ones who have emotional and hearing impairments, but which cannot prevent them from following the mainstream curriculum with a bit of adaptation. But there are also special needs learners who follow what we call the stage-based pathway. These are learners who are not able to follow the regular curriculum, so we offer them equivalence or more or less equivalence. So for example, they will do a foundational curriculum that is equivalent of the early years. From there, they go to an intermediate curriculum that is equivalent to upper primary. Then we subject them to pre-vocational curriculum equivalent to junior school, and then we take them to a vocational stage. So overall, if you go to the next slide, you will be able to see some of the key. Skip that and go to the one on milestones. Sorry, the one on paradigm shift. Yes, that one. Yeah, some of the key issues that have informed our reform is the need to move from a curriculum that focuses on just content. You could add content for content's sake, but content as a pathway to competencies, demonstrable outcomes. We are moving from a curriculum that is rigid and prescriptive to one with flexible opportunities. And this is mostly demonstrated in senior school, where we want our learners to take 1 out of 3 pathways, one of them being sports and performing arts, another one being humanities, and another one being STEM, that is science and technology. Again, we are moving from too much concentration on summative assessment to a balance between formative and summative, whereas at now, formative takes 60%. We are emphasizing on education as opposed to schooling. We are emphasizing on learning as opposed to just mere teaching. So, colleagues, the ultimate aim of our curriculum reforms is to be able to have learners who are able to get skills that are applicable in solving the day-to-day problems of the society, as opposed to learners who are just able to repeat the knowledge that they have been given through the books. I was trying to rush to make sure that I beat my 20 minutes, and I saw some of my earlier colleagues stopped at the hour. I hope that if I stop here, I'm within the time that I've been given, and to allow for some minutes for any questions that may arise. Thank you very much, my moderator.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. And can we give him another round of applause, please? Let me remind participants that please note your comments, inputs, and questions, because you'll be given an opportunity to engage with these presentations. Our second presenter is Ms. Walters, and I'm inviting her to ascend the stage. And while she's doing that, I'm going to just provide a brief biography. Well, thank you very much. Ms. Walters holds a master's degree in speech language therapy. She has worked for both the Department of Health and Department of Education across 3 provinces before she joined the University of Cape Town, my apologies, for the next decade of her career. In 2019, she joined Save the Children South Africa as project manager for the district-based teacher recruitment strategy project, piloting an initial teacher education model. She is currently the education advocacy manager, overseeing advocacy in education projects, as well as being the lead for the Bridging the Gap project, focusing on inclusion of skills for a changing world in education systems. Can we put our hands together once more for Ms. Walters? The stage is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, and other valued members of the education sector. Thank you for the opportunity to come and share to you more about visualizing the breadth of skills in education systems today. So I'll be taking us through a global perspective on breadth of skills movement, but with a particular focus of how South Africa is positioned within that global context. This will be followed by a closer look at local research to unpack the current developments and opportunities, as well as some recommendations for the way forward. Now, visualizing breadth of skills in education systems was actually the title of a Brookings Institute article, and it spoke about the global movement to include a broad range of competencies, breadth of skills, beyond literacy and numeracy. And it was increasingly visible and evident in national education policies and curricula. The breadth of skills movement manifested at an international level within the Sustainable Development Goal 4 to ensure inclusive and quality education for all and promote lifelong learning. After decades of national reforms, this identifies literacy and numeracy skills, skills for employment and entrepreneurship, and skills needed to promote sustainable development as targets for all children and youth by 2030. So the particular interest of this study by the Brookings Institute was the degree to which breadth of skills aspirations have already translated into implementation. Now, although aspirations may only tell you about the future, there are several indicators that can demonstrate how far along a country has proceeded in implementation. And these are whether a country has articulated breadth of skills in its mission and vision for the education system, if the skills or competencies that might contribute to national aspirations have been identified, how these skills are embedded in the curriculum, and lastly, how they're presumed to progress as students move through the learning experience. So they've gained input from 102 countries looking at those 4 indicators, and from the information I just mentioned, to understand how breadth of skills are included within countries' national vision, but also in their policies. To accompany the research, they came up with the map to visualize that across different countries as well. And this visualization is meant to be for use for policymakers, donors, and researchers and other stakeholders to see which countries are incorporating breadth of skills in their education system. We can see there, South Africa, we have 3 little blocks colored in on our square, and I'll explain why that is next. So there are 6 countries that identified skills in all 4 of those categories that I have mentioned before, and those are countries like Hong Kong and Australia. And there are 22 countries that identified specific skills in 3 of the 4 categories, and that's us in South Africa, along with Brazil and Mexico and other countries. So that refers to skills progression, although the skills are not necessarily featured in the vision and mission statements. There are 31 countries that mention 2 of these 4 categories, and the majority of these falling short in the curriculum category, and the remainder in their vision and mission statements. Just 22 countries mention skills in only 1 of the 4 categories. Now, while many different countries have adopted a breadth of skills approach in their policies, the degree to which the skills movement is reflected at all levels of education systems varies across countries. There's less evidence of its articulation in curriculum and pedagogy policies, which may mean that it might not translate to the classroom yet. Communication, creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving are the 21st century skills that were most frequently identified. So this information shows us that national systems of education are broadening their educational provision to equip learners with skills beyond literacy and numeracy. The shift is evidence across a wide range of nations in terms of their economic development, educational standards, and political stability. Now, this creates a great opportunity for countries to work together in developing approaches for integration of broader skills and competencies. So every few years, the World Economic Forum releases a report that identifies skills needed for the future world of work. We see similar skills mentioned in relation to the workplace than I just heard in the Brookings research from the education setting. Critical thinking and problem solving top the list of skills that employers believe will grow in importance towards 2025. These have been consistent since 2016 when this report first started. But newly emerging in 2020 were skills on self-management, such as active learning, resilience, stress tolerance, and flexibility. We will remember that this was the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that required us to acquire more of these skills. So we can see the need for employees to reskill themselves over time as context changes and technology develops. In a more recent report from the World Economic Forum, they had a closer look at, well, what is the benefit of this? So their recent report about catalyzing education 4.0 and investing in the future of learning for human-centric recovery. According to them, we have a very unique window of opportunity to reimagine education in a way that is inclusive and prepare learners with the broad skills for the future. Now, any post-pandemic recovery plan to be successful and sustainable in the long run must have a comprehensive approach to investment in innovative and future-proof education systems. So this report highlights three key investment areas in the education, including new assessment mechanisms, adoption of new learning technologies, and empowerment of the teaching workforce. So to illustrate the potential economic benefits of widespread adoption of this Education 4.0, they estimate the returns of investment with some of their partners. So if we look there, that the estimate of a global improvement in students' collaborative problem-solving capacity to the average level of today's top 10 scoring countries could add an additional $2.5 trillion in increase in productivity in the global economy. In absolute terms, Europe and South Asia stand to benefit most. However, relative to today's size and their regional economies, Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean also stands to benefit significantly. At country level, China, the United States, and Brazil would see the highest return in absolute terms. However, when measured in percentage terms relative to the 2019 country GDP, they indicate that Pakistan could earn the highest returns of 12.7% of GDP, followed by South Africa at 9.9% of GDP. So the development of these collaborative problem-solving skills, socioeconomic awareness, and other non-cognitive skills that grow innovation and creativity will be the source of most of the economy returns in the economies of tomorrow. Furthermore, education also fosters high level of civic engagement and institutional trust, which leads to strong institutions and effective governance. Strong institutions, in turn, provide the foundation for effective business environment and ultimately greater economic well-being. Now, to bring this into realization, the stakeholders from all parts of society have a role to play. This includes governments, non-government organizations, businesses, investors, educators, parents, caregivers, and learners themselves. So the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development designed the Learning Compass 2023, which is a learning framework that sets out the vision for the future of education. You can see the components there, and I unfortunately can't describe all of them now. But what I want to pull out is the strong focus on individual and societal well-being. As I described to you the economic benefits of better skills in the previous slide, it's important to also understand the benefits beyond that. The OECD states that societal well-being has changed over the years to be more than economic and material prosperity. So this framework adds value in describing a broad vision of the types of competencies a learner will need to thrive in 2030 and beyond. So this report by the Lego Foundation was a position paper on closing the skills gap in 2021. They also, like the other research that I've highlighted, show the importance of a broad set of competencies or holistic development. In this case, physical, social, cognitive, creative, and emotional skills and how they interact in a child's learning journey. They refer to the skills gap as the mismatch between skills that children, communities, employers, and societies need and how education systems are enabled and empowered to develop them. They highlight the need for shared vocabulary and definitions to assist stakeholders, for example, employers, teachers, and parents to align behind a common goal. They further highlight the importance for evidence to inform policymaking and implementation. Lastly, they call for ambitious, aligned, and sustainable reform to ensure that changes happen in the classroom level. The three interconnected areas to speak to this is the curriculum, the teaching methods, and the assessment, and to ensure that there is clear alignment between those three. There are various stakeholders in a child's ecosystem where they learn, and they should have a shared goal and understanding of the benefit of breadth of skills. This keeps coming up in the research cited today, that all stakeholders should be involved in this process of curriculum reform to co-create solutions and innovations. So Save the Children, with the support of our strategic partner, the Lego Foundation, is currently delivering a 3-year advocacy project, which is raising skills-based education up the political agenda. The intention of this is to support a shift from commitment to implementation in national education systems. So the 5 countries we can see there who are part of this initiative is South Africa, Kenya, India, Colombia, and South Korea. The initiative was launched at the end of 2021 in recognition of this fast-changing world that I have been describing today and the need for learners to be prepared to be able to thrive. These 5 countries were particularly selected to be part of the Breadth of Skills initiative due to the strategic political commitments that have already been made to develop holistic skills in children. And we again heard those commitments this morning from the Minister herself. This indicates a warm environment to develop and deliver advocacy. So the first year of this initiative was used a variety of tactics to build a stronger enabling environment for breadth of skills across 5 countries. Developing research and evidence was one of the activities, for example, on the value of breadth of skills for children. Time was spent on building networks with a range of partners to support advocacy activities, as well as engagement with policymakers on breadth of skills. There's also a focus on increasing public awareness, which is a key element of reform because of national support for these changes will strengthen the process. And lastly, amplifying children's views and voices to influence decisions and demonstrate the importance of breadth of skills. So we can see that this work aims to bring stakeholders together through advocacy initiatives to find that common understanding we've been talking about, that common language, but also that common goal. As I mentioned, evidence generation being one of the activities that informs the realization of breadth of skills. Last year, Save the Children commissioned Jet Education Services to do a scoping review on what are the levers of change for inclusion of breadth of skills in the South African context. The report covered 3 broad areas, and the report starts by defining the relationship between similar terminology like breadth of skills, holistic skills, and 21st century skills, and to conceptualize skills for 21st century and frame the rest of the report. These are packed in relation to their value in education, but also in the world of work, and how they prepare learners for the future. A number of frameworks are discussed in this section, as well as the curriculum implementations of the framework. After conceptualization, the report moves into a situational analysis of the context, and it maps the features regarding how breadth of skills is development in pre-primary and primary levels. So this covers the identification and articulation of 21st century skills policy. And the last section of the report explores teacher development in relation to 21st century skills and refer both the initial teacher education and continued professional. Recommendations from the report. So we can see that there is coherent articulation of 21st century skills across policy or policy alignment that is emergent, but it's not seamless yet. There is alignment similarly across different agencies in the education sector, like basic education, higher education, and qualification and quality assurance agencies is also emergent but not seamless. A new curriculum is not necessarily needed. However, strengthening the current curriculum, a process which is already underway in the department, is a crucial undertaking that demonstrates political will in the South African context. Basic skills like literacy and numeracy cannot be ignored while developing the breadth of skills in the South African context. We will need optimal use of resources to the success of enhancing these skills in our context. There are some exciting processes underway in the department that should be harnessed, for example, the sector plan for entrepreneurship in schools and the pilot of the general education certificate. They're likely to hold valuable lessons with regards to teacher development and enhancing breadth of skills. So what are our key takeaways? This is a unique opportunity that we have in South Africa at the moment. So it will require investing time and resources in developing a breadth of skills in learners, and it can catalyze employment and entrepreneurship, as we heard from the President this morning. But even beyond that, there's also a holistic personal development gain for learners through this. We need evidence generation, and that learning can strengthen the next step. So we should look for opportunities to collaborate on that evidence that is needed. One of those opportunities could be the 5 different countries that's working on the Breadth of Skills initiative. meaning that we can learn from other countries, but I would also argue that they can learn from us. Because of the positioning and the processes we are in, I think we can offer a lot for the global community as well. Alignment and co-creation with the nation, especially learners, since they are at the center of learning. So a strategic plan for how this is done could be helpful in terms of how do we bring parents, business, unions, governments in terms of DBE on the national, provincial, district level, and civil society together to co-create. Equity should remain central. So this should be about all learners having the opportunity to gain the skills that they need for the future. So this speaks to inequalities from the legacy of apartheid, but it also refers to the inclusion of special needs learners in this process. Teachers are pivotal in translating changes in the classroom, so they should be involved in co-creation, but also attention to initial teacher education and in-service teacher development. Any proposed changes should be intentional, clear, costed, and systemically implemented to realize breadth of skills in the classroom. There's a lot of descriptors in that sentence, but I think the takeaway there is that the change that we want to see won't happen by chance. We have to be very intentional about what we want to do, where we are, where we want to go, and how are we going to get there. And lastly, since we're a child rights organization and we're advocates for the inclusion of learners, as part of the DBE, we did consultations with learners last year, asking them what would they want from the future and how do they think the education system should prepare them for that. So we see the mention of skills, you'll see financial literacy there, but you see things beyond that, like values like respect. But I want to pull our attention to the one on creativity. And it says there that while facing problems in life, one has to be creative at times because the solution is not always written in black and white. This holds true for curriculum reform. So let's embrace the spirit of creativity as we co-create education system for the future as a nation. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I wasn't trying to intimidate you. You still had 3 minutes, so I had to just sit close by. No, thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause again? Well, thank you. Our next presenter is going to be Dr. Theo, and let me introduce him. I'm going to ask him to ascend the stage, but I have this gut feeling that this presentation will be virtual.
Yes, that's right.
Well, since there's nobody coming up here, let me introduce Dr. Theo. Just give a brief biography. Dr. Theo is an education policy and practice researcher who has engaged in a range of projects for multinational organizations and governments. These have included UNESCO, NECMAP, GPEKIX, the Department of Basic Education in South Africa, the Emirates Schools Establishment in the United Arab Emirates, the Department of Education, Skills and Employment in Australia, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Australia. His research and project work have primarily focused on the areas of the 21st century skills, general capabilities, and education in emergencies, including pandemics, for the K-12 and higher education sectors. Let's put our hands together for Doctor before he gives us a presentation. Maybe let me also indicate that he is from Australia. Thank you very much. You can present.
GEC technical meetings. It's been fantastic to work with you all on this very, very important work. And additionally, I'd like to thank the conference technical team for enabling me to speak with you today, and of course, Danny in particular. To set the scene for this presentation, I'd like to state first that while I will be addressing how to assess 21st century skills, I will begin by framing my presentation broadly around global context and the need to align education system elements involving curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment before diving much more deeply into a key issue, assessment literacy, that I believe will help support the assessment of 21st century skills. To begin this presentation, I'd like to say a few quick words about context. There is no doubt that at this conference we have heard and we will continue to hear messages about the importance of so-called 21st century skills. These are also known as general capabilities and transversal competencies and are no doubt important for South Africa's economy and society. The development of 21st century skills in learners of all ages will therefore be crucial for supporting broader economic and social agenda. The challenges, however, for the current and future generations will be significant as they will have to negotiate cross-cutting challenges. These include the interdependence and interconnectedness between nations, global communication, technological innovations and threats, contested facts and knowledge, and of course geopolitics. But more specifically, they will need to consider also how best to respond to more topical issues. These include health, food security, technology, energy, climate change, sustainability, economic, and of course population growth. So once again, there is no doubt that the considerations and challenges for the 21st century for the current and future generations will be significant. The question then of how we might overcome these considerations and challenges will likely involve multiple approaches. Needless to say, these approaches will include progressive education policies and practices, and leadership that can be provided by system and school leaders, teachers, parents, community stakeholders, and students themselves. In seeking to provide greater clarity about how education stakeholders and sectors around the world might support the development of 21st century skills, the OECD's Future of Education and Skills 2030 initiative has proposed a focus on providing learners with a broad range of capabilities to transition from school to work to lifelong learning. Specifically, it proposes developing a broad range of relevant and of course overlapping knowledge, skills, and values and attitudes, including those related to 21st century skills within domains. Now for the OECD, knowledge refers to theoretical concepts and ideas as well as practical understandings based on the experience of having performed certain tasks. In essence, they describe those aspects of knowledge that characterize what students and learners know and what they can understand. Skills are really an overlap of skills and knowledge, the ability and capability to carry out processes and be able to use one's knowledge in a responsible way to achieve a goal characterize this particular component. It includes also social and emotional skills and emerging skills like those relating to digital technologies. In essence, this describes what people can do. And then finally, we have values and attitudes. Values describe guiding principles that underpin what people believe to be important when making a decision in all areas of their life, private and public. They determine what people prioritize when making a judgment and what they strive to aspire to in terms of seeking improvement. When it comes to attitudes, these underpin values and beliefs and have an influence on our behaviors. It reflects a disposition to react to something or someone, positive or negative, and can vary according to particular contexts or situations. So if we are interested in seeking to support learners in the 21st century by providing them with relevant knowledge, skills, and attitudes and values, it is likely that we will need to ensure that, at least from an education system standpoint, that the components of curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment are reframed and aligned as needed. In seeking to align and reframe curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment for the 21st century, it is important that we move away from practices that are not student-centric and move towards those that are. In the case of curriculum, this might include, for example, moving away from conceptualizing the curriculum as instrumental in a course to be taken and moving towards conceptualizing and positioning the curriculum as integral for responding to and anticipating future 21st century skills, demands, and challenges. It may also involve developing curriculum that has vertical articulation to enable smoother learner transitions and horizontal articulation for formal and informal settings. Developing curriculum for the 21st century may also involve emphasizing 21st century skills across a broad range of traditional and non-traditional domains, rather than only emphasizing a narrow range of traditional curriculum domains as being important for further development. And lastly, there may also be a need to engage with a wide range of stakeholders from education, the private and public sectors, developmental specialists, community members, learners themselves to guide and develop the curriculum, rather than limiting the development of the curriculum to education stakeholders and educators only. In the case of developing pedagogy for the 21st century, there is a need to move away from framing pedagogy around the curriculum and grade levels to supporting learners on their lifelong learning journey. There is also, I would suggest, a need to move away from teaching and learning in isolation and experimenting with different approaches, for example, engaging students in participatory learning. Where possible, teaching to the group should be emphasized less, and we should try to personalize learning and teaching to support individual learner needs. In the case of embedding appropriate teaching strategies and tools, there should be movement away from chalk and talk approaches and an attempt to move towards strategies and resources that enhance and utilize, for example, relationships that support learning, learner-centered models and strategic probing questions, real-world learning activities, social media, and of course mobile technologies. An important consideration may also be how do we enhance learning without borders in an anytime, anywhere sort of framework. As digital technology improves, as our hardware improves, this may be a serious consideration for all education systems to consider and of course to respond to. Finally, there may be a need to consider how assessment might be better aligned and reframed with curriculum and pedagogy. This may involve moving away from assessments that narrowly measure student recall and surface level knowledge, and moving towards assessments that measure applied knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values. It may also involve providing students, teachers, and other significant individuals with accurate and meaningful assessment information about learners' 21st century skills progress that will enable targeted teaching and motivate lifelong learning. This is in essence a movement away from categorical descriptions of student achievement such as pass or fail and A to F grades, which ultimately describe a version of progress but do not provide us with detail regarding what they can do and what they should aspire to next. Another suggestion might be movement towards assessing students on a broad range of approaches rather than an over-reliance on end-of-term exams or end-of-semester exams. And finally, and this is really going to form the crux of my discussion moving forward, we need to develop assessment literacy in system leaders, school leaders, teachers, and parents and others to support student learning. There is a need to move away from emphasizing the role of teachers and school leaders being administrators of assessments and, if you like, focus more on a village approach towards supporting learners through assessment. The message here is that assessment is not meant to be a dirty word. It is a way of providing information, evidence, and importantly, support for learners on their learning journey. So the question now is, how might we support learners and enhance the development of their 21st century skills through assessment literacy? Well, I think the first thing that we need is to properly define what we mean by assessment literacy. And I think Steggins and Duke provide a good starting point, which is to say that assessment literacy refers to the degree that one possesses the knowledge and skills required to engage in assessment, but also the ability to use and interpret data to inform practice, feedback, next steps for guiding students, and reporting. Well, we can all appreciate perhaps the relevance and imperative of assessment literacy for 21st century skills. It has also been noted in numerous international studies that there are concerns about the knowledge, the experience, and how teachers and school leaders use assessment to provide meaningful information for students and for other stakeholders, such as parents and system stakeholders. We know also that successful and progressive education systems continually enhance the capabilities of the system, as well as the assessment skills and knowledge and experience of system and education stakeholders. So I think if we are looking to improve the development of 21st century skills in students, then there's also a need to improve assessment literacy of these 21st century skills. Now, a key consideration will always be that we avoid overburdening students through over-assessment, and that we avoid overburdening teachers and school leaders with administrative tasks and ongoing assessment practices that have little impact on student outcomes. Perhaps one of the better ways to consider this overburdening issue is to ensure that relevant stakeholders are always engaged and are always consulted about how to not only improve assessment literacy, but also to ensure that there is no overburdening process or practices that are placed onto individuals. So I've talked a little bit about the definition of assessment literacy as well as the need for assessment literacy. What I'd like to do now is drill a little bit deeper into what assessment literacy supports. In this case, it supports valid and reliable use and the interpretation of assessment data. Where this information is brought together, it can provide meaningful data to inform teaching and learning, as well as provide students with meaningful feedback. Assessment literacy and data as well can also be used to inform underlying systems, school and student reporting and planning processes, and support the alignment of curriculum, pedagogy and assessment across the system. Assessment data can also be used to inform national policies, teaching standards, and of course assessment research. So assessment literacy is a key feature of progressive, successful and enabling education systems. And if we are seeking to improve, once again, 21st century skills in our learners, then assessment literacy needs to be a prerequisite for this particular case. So what are some considerations that we need to maintain for assessment literacy and assessing 21st century skills? Well, one consideration may involve reconceptualizing assessment as providing the evidence base for a range of outcomes. These include supporting educational transformation at the system level, informing school leaders and teachers on how to adapt and enhance their strategies for supporting learners, and also empowering learners about their own learning growth and how to achieve their potential on their learning journey. You'll notice that this emphasizes a student-centric approach to assessment that ultimately enables descriptions of what students know, can do, what they should subsequently be aspiring to next. It also enables teachers, school leaders and system leaders to support students by developing strategies that are ultimately student-centric. Collectively then, the goal of successfully assessing 21st century skills is supported by enhancing assessment literacy and perhaps framing assessment as being student-centric and providing the evidence needed for change and improvement. Other considerations for 21st century skills include the consistent use of frameworks, concepts, terminologies, practices to ensure that we possess a shared understanding across all stakeholder groups. This is a clear challenge within 21st century skills as there are a myriad of frameworks and concepts out there that I'm sure Shirley, my fellow panelists, will go into. But once again, it's important that we all maintain similar types of frameworks at the very least and not opposing frameworks. In British Columbia, in Australia, there are clear frameworks and developmental levels within these frameworks that indicate levels of learning that highlight what standards could be achieved by students. And by detailing these levels and their descriptions, we can subsequently create assessment types and standards that mirror these frameworks. And that's ultimately quite helpful towards assessing 21st century skills. Secondly, we want to make sure that imported assessments are contextually suited. Taking an assessment from a different country may not appropriately address the linguistic, cultural, socioeconomic, or diverse needs of students and their communities. And then lastly, and perhaps quite contentiously at times, there is a need to gather a range of qualitative as well as quantitative learning data. There are times when perhaps we're a little bit too much focused on quantitative data, and there may be a need, of course, to emphasize much more so the qualitative data that provides a richness that quantitative data cannot always provide. So in this case, the emphasis should be on observable data, things that students are doing, saying, making, and writing, because ultimately they provide, again, the evidence base from which we can invoke change. So as I come to the end of my presentation, I suppose the question that might be asked is, how do we practically enhance 21st century skills assessment literacy within an education system? Well, if there is acceptance that assessment should be student-centric, then it is likely that the following stakeholders will have a role to play in supporting the goal of enhancing greater assessment literacy within an education system. System stakeholders, for example, and in general, may require deeper understanding of the challenges associated with large-scale assessments, extending not just within the context of large-scale assessments, but all the way through to classroom assessments, and how monitoring and evaluation might be implicated in this process. How do we align these various assessments together? They may also be required to understand and appreciate and engage with the demands of a balanced assessment system and how this might be achieved and how it is enacted within the classroom. There may also be technical issues, statistical, for example, that are associated with the different ways of measuring student achievement that system stakeholders may require further information about. At this point, there are few, unfortunately, internationally recognized examples of system-wide assessment frameworks which cover assessment design and practice across classroom, school, national, and international levels. For example, in British Columbia again, although its framework for classroom assessment is closely aligned with curriculum and pedagogy, it does not articulate with assessment at a system or international level. If there is demand, therefore, to align classroom, school, system, and international assessments within a system, then further investigation and expertise may be needed by system stakeholders in order for this goal to be actioned and to further explore how this might be achieved. With teachers and school leaders, there may be a need also to use a range of classroom and school assessment methods and data, both qualitative and quantitative. There may be a need to have greater experience also using such data to improve teaching and classroom practice. A key consideration is also, what is the assessment self-efficacy and confidence that teachers possess, and how does this impact upon their assessment identity? To what extent do teachers feel comfortable using different assessments within a very short period of time? These are considerations that schools and teachers, no doubt, will have to come to grips with as they start to practice and engage with 21st century skills assessment. And ultimately, how do we ensure as well that teachers and school leaders are supported to provide accurate and meaningful reporting of 21st century skills to students and their families to improve learning and their learning journey? So these goals are all consistent with education systems in Hong Kong and South Korea. These systems acknowledge, for example, that there is a need to inform a wide range of teaching and learning processes, and that assessment should not only serve as the final judgment of students. These jurisdictions have therefore strengthened teachers' use and their uses of assessment to support teaching and learning, and provided relevant assessment frameworks to support their activities. Australia, likewise, my own country, utilises similar frameworks for critical and creative thinking, ICT, personal and social capability, ethical understanding, and intercultural understanding. And once again, these frameworks, these supports, these resources enable assessments to be appropriately designed, hopefully, to support learning and the learning process. Now, finally, we have parents and others. I think this is a group that probably needs a little bit more attention. This is a challenge for high-performing systems like Finland, like Estonia. The concept of student progress has certainly been given priority in these jurisdictions, there's no doubt about that. But in general, such high-performing school systems have primarily focused their efforts on supporting the work of teachers to use assessments to inform their teaching and learning, and have spent less efforts on enabling other stakeholders. So this appears, I think, to be an opportunity for other education systems to take a lead. How do we ensure that we can support parents to have a better understanding of assessment so that they can support their child's learning and progress, their well-being, their readiness for the next stage of learning or for the workforce? And I think a simple approach would be, are we engaging parents and communities in discussions involving assessment and reporting? Are we responding to their particular needs? Are we giving them what's required? Is this consistent with the goals of assessment within the education system? And if the answer is yes, then amazing. If the answer is no, then perhaps this is some place. This is an opportunity, perhaps, for the South African system to take the lead. So in closing, if we are looking to support and enhance the assessment of 21st century skills, then there are perhaps some considerations and challenges that we need to negotiate. The first is that we need an evidence base from which to inform our decisions and planning. And as I hope I've made the case for it, assessment can be used to provide this evidence base for system transformation at a high level and also for student learning at the individual level. 2, we also need to rely on valid and reliable assessment data and assessments of 21st century skills to support broader, longer-reaching educational, economic and social agenda. 3, and I'll close on this, we can't do any of this in isolation. We need a collaborative, systemic approach across all stakeholder levels, and this includes the most important of all, which are students. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to the discussions in a few moments. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's 20 minutes on the dot. You didn't take an extra minute, so I was really timing. Thank you very much for keeping to the time. As I indicated earlier on, this session only has 4 presenters, and we're moving to the last presenter for this session, and that is Ms. Shelley Edie. While I invite her to join me here on the stage and make a presentation, let me also introduce her formally and briefly. Yeah, there she is. Can we give her a round of applause as she ascends the stage? Okay. Shelley Edie leads the Education Innovation Unit at the National Education Collaboration Trust, that is NECT. Shelley has an M.Ed in International Education Policy from Harvard University and has co-authored several books on innovation in education. Prior to her work in education, she was a founder and CEO of Pondering Panda, an African quantitative mobile research company, and a business and research director of Instant Grass International Ethnographic Youth Research Agency. You can join me on the stage. Thank you very much.
I think I'm going to try this mic. Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, friends and colleagues in the sector, very warm hello to you all. And thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here today. It's been a long day. If anyone would like to stand up and have a little stretch and reposition yourself while I do my introduction, please do. Don't feel like you need to be rigid while we step into the late afternoon of day 1 on the Lekgotla. So while you're stretching, I've got some good news for you. We're going to go on a trip around the world in the next 20 minutes. There's been a lot of conversation around curriculum strengthening, the central role of curriculum in education, that sort of domino effect that curriculum has, the knock-on effect if you make tweaks in education, how it ripples out through the system over time. We've spoken about breadth of skills. We've spoken about competency and skill-based education. And as we consider the role of curriculum in education, let's take a little step back and take this trip around the world where we get some inspiration from other countries. We don't have a lot of time, so it's going to be a whirlwind trip. And these are some of the countries we're going to visit. The idea is not that we get too technical, too academic, or go into too much detail. The idea is to gather ideas, be inspired, have our minds opened by what other countries have done, and also to learn from some of the mistakes and the learnings of those countries. We will be releasing a collection of case studies soon, so you'll be able to read a bit more about all of these as they come along. How did we choose which countries we're going to do our world tour on? Well, we thought we'd look at countries with large and diverse education systems that are characterized by resource constraints, inequality, various elements that South African education faces. We have one or two outliers on that, but one key theme runs across all of these countries and their curricular strengthening processes, their curricular reforms, and that is all of them wanted to prepare, or somewhere in their goals and their aims, wanted to prepare their learners better for a fast-changing world. All right, let's get going. First up is Brazil. So Brazil is huge, 5th largest population in the world, and we've got almost 50 million learners there. I think there's almost 6,000 municipalities. So unsurprisingly, when they launched their BNCC curriculum, one of their goals was alignment. Not only alignment across curriculum, assessment, pedagogy, but alignment across states and throughout the country. They also wanted to prepare learners for the 21st century, and so built in 21st century competencies into their curriculum, but kept reading and writing foregrounded in their goals. And in fact, they upped their stakes, and they brought reading and writing from a 3rd grade level down to a 2nd grade level, so that there wouldn't be that cumulative effect or backlog by leaving reading and writing too late. They also made English as a 2nd language mandatory from 6th grade. So this commenced in 2014. What was interesting here is that it was really motivated by civil society organizations, and it was a highly collaborative process. So they didn't do what Kenya did. They kept a subject-based curriculum, and they infused cross-cutting issues across the curriculum. But what they did do was selected 10 general competencies, which they prioritized as a nation, which you can see there. Very much replicated in what Frida was mentioning earlier, and many of the other speakers today. How they do this is they create a national framework to curriculum and assessment development guide at the national level, and then down at the local level, you've got local curriculum design. So some of the features here of their process, it was a very public consultative process. So they received 12 million contributions from 45,000 schools over a period of 2 to 3 years, and they had a panel of 90 education experts working on this, so it was well-resourced. They implemented the BNCC by phase, and they're currently 81% complete with the implementation, and the first graduates will graduate having moved through 12 years of the BNCC in 2033. They incorporated the BNCC into teacher training and made sure that there was coherence across the curriculum and teacher training. And the curriculum change received great support from general public schools and educators. One of the oppositions was more from the higher education institutions who believed that schools should have greater pedagogical autonomy. So some of the emerging lessons, what we're finding, and you'll see this time and time again across the different countries, the guidelines for curriculum design and curriculum itself need to be absolutely clear and easy to understand, not only for teachers, but for the curriculum developers. Robust teacher training. This is not a one-stop shop. It takes multiple years. It's the kind of thing where awareness starts to build over time, interest starts to build over time, shared language builds over time, and so practice begins to change. That's a multi-year project. That doesn't happen in 2 or 3, even 5 to 7 years. We'll start to see the shifts really beginning. Competencies and subject areas really need to be quite deliberately and explicitly linked. That's one area where they felt they could have done better. And then clear measurement tools are really necessary from as early on in the strengthening process as possible. So we'll just go up north quickly up to Mexico. Also an enormous system, 35 million learners, 260,000 schools. So Mexico was one of the front runners on social emotional learning. The big overlap between the realm of 21st century skills and social emotional learning. So back in 2012, they created a curriculum reform, which they called Educating the Whole Child. So the motivation for their reform was they were experiencing poor learning outcomes, content-heavy curriculum, that there was superficial coverage of the curriculum, and they were experiencing poor higher order thinking skills. Sounds somewhat familiar, doesn't it? The goals that they focused their reform around included preparing students for the 21st century, increased school autonomy, merit-based teacher hiring, certification and promotion, and finally focusing on equity and inclusion. So here you'll see the framework that they developed. Around the outside of the framework, you can see the overarching goal, educating free, responsible, and well-informed citizens to make the most of 21st century society. Within that, there are 3 curricular components. The one is the field of academic knowledge, you've got the field of social and personal development, and then you've got the field of curricular autonomy. Within those 3 buckets, there are 11 core national competencies that they defined and focused on. So how did this come to life in the curriculum? It's a question we get a lot. It's fine to have skills and competencies there at the policy level, but what does it look like in the classroom? So Mexico went ahead and infused competencies into their academic content across the board. They also created a dedicated weekly social and emotional learning class for learners, where learners explicitly were taught about some of these things. They weren't inherent in the pedagogies necessarily. There were also specific pedagogies and assessments that were recommended to help develop competencies whilst delivering content. And there was this aspect of curricular autonomy, a really cool thing where students are essentially allowed to pursue something of their interest within a particular learning area. So some of the reform features, I'll fly through these, at a glance look great. So large-scale public input throughout the development process and design process of their reform. A multidisciplinary team of over 100 experts contributing to that. They really went long on current and relevant educational research in the learning sciences to underpin their policy. Their documentation is fabulous. You should take a look at it. It's clear, concise, very simple. It served as a blueprint for their teacher education, and some of their models were replicated there. And then there was a shift towards hiring according to merit. Just so it turns out that that last point was the beginning of the end for this reform. In 2018, with the new ministry that came into power, the reform was 100% pulled back, and merit-based system for teachers was cited as the primary reason for that. There are loads of lessons here. I'm just going to share 3 today. They felt like they had a short time frame in initial implementation. They could have spent much more time there. They felt challenged in translating policy into pedagogy. Is my time up already? Teachers felt challenged translating policy into pedagogy, mostly because they didn't have the time. So what is the time we're allowing our teachers to make these translations? And that early messaging is critical. As the sector starts to think about these evolutions, what is the strategic communication that goes out on the topic? India is our next stop. Now, this is a bit different. We're not talking about a full-scale curriculum strengthening or reform process. Here, they have introduced an add-on to their curriculum. The reason they did that is primarily to assist children to deal with the effects of poverty, as well as to develop lifelong learners. They have developed the happiness curriculum. Now, don't take the name too lightly. It is underpinned very solidly by the learning sciences and is seeing tremendous results. So this is a daily social and emotional learning program. I think it's 40 minutes a day. It's co-created and implemented for over 2 million students across 3 states in India. So far, it's the biggest social emotional learning 21st century program that's gone to scale in the world. 2.4 million children, 22,000 schools, 150,000 educators, and 3 governments. Let's hear from them directly.
Welcome to India. My name is Richa, and in today's world, it's extremely important for all of our children to be able to have 3 key skills to thrive in this fast-changing 21st century world. The first is emotional resilience, the second is relationship skills, and the third is the motivation to learn. These 3 combined is what we at Labhya work towards with our government partners here in India. Over the past several years, we have been working with 3 states to impact 2.4 million children who experience a daily emotional well-being class facilitated by regular school teachers here in India. This is happening across 22,000 schools. We have been evaluated by the Boston Consulting Group, and we've seen tremendous results across teacher behavior, student behavior, marked increase in student attendance and test scores as well. For us, it's extremely important to understand the co-creation process of creating our curriculum. And one of the biggest challenges is actually to create spaces for our teachers to understand the essence of the curriculum and make them understand that this is a low burden curriculum created around their needs and not something that we are imposing on our teachers. Now, I will hand it over to my colleague Nandini, who leads our monitoring and evaluation, to talk a little bit about our learnings.
3 major learnings have come out of our work. First, teachers exhibit a high level of ownership when the curriculum is deeply co-created with them rather than just by us. It also ensures localization and contextualization of the SEL programs. Second, the best way to integrate our program in the public education system sustainably is to leverage the existing government structures and resources. We do this by involving public school teachers and state government officials at every step of capacity building and monitoring. Third, we must measure what is important consistently and continuously to improve our program, both from a process lens and a programmatic one. This means monitoring the process, the program throughout the year and measuring student outcomes, quantitative and qualitative, year after year. Change is slow when it comes to social emotional learning, but its long-term benefits are immense.
Let's head back over to the Americas for a moment. British Columbia, a bit of an outlier, not directly comparable to South Africa in many ways, but there's a lot to learn from them. They've got less than 1 million learners and a total population of 5.3 million, just for some context. So they created their new curriculum in 2018, and it's currently running. There's 3 features, and for those of you who don't know, British Columbia typically score extremely well on the international tests. There's 3 features of British Columbia's redesigned curriculum. The one is they've identified core competencies as well, and they associate this with the doing aspect of the curriculum. They look at essential content or essential learning, which is made up of essential core concepts and essential content, and then they focus in and double down on literacy and numeracy. Interesting that they foreground their focus on indigenous knowledge systems, whereas in the past, IKS was embedded in selected subjects and learning areas. Now it runs across all learning areas, right from kindergarten throughout. So this is their know, do, understand model. Central to it is understanding core concepts. The know circle looks at content and the focus of knowledge and content. The do describes their competencies, and the understand is the big ideas. They call this a concept-based competency-driven approach to learning that they've developed to foster deeper, more transferable learning. So these guys have done some really interesting stuff in assessment, just to highlight quickly, and very similar to what Dr. Teo was mentioning earlier. So they've created core competency profiles where there's a descriptor for each competency. It gives people the language they can use to describe these competencies, and importantly, it isn't grade specific. It is progressive and additive through the life of a child, through school and beyond. They also have proficiency scales where they have removed letter grades and talk more qualitatively to improvements in proficiency, and students have taken more responsibility for their own assessment, documenting and creating portfolios themselves. Finally, we've got Indonesia. I can feel a bit of pressure from my left, so I'll fly through this. This is the most recent reform, and mostly to address poor learning and inequality. Again, 21st century skills is one of their focuses. They've done some really interesting work in aligning national assessments, where they've got a minimum competency assessment for literacy and numeracy, a character survey that looks at attitudes, values, beliefs, and habits, and then a learning environment survey. They've foregrounded technology, and they've got a continuous monitoring and evaluation plan that helps them to feed into their reform process and improve on it. I won't run through that. Maybe what I'll do is end off with a few words from the Ghanaian Minister of Education. This is less than a minute, and he provides some really thought-provoking comments around how they've been thinking about curriculum in Ghana.
Go to schools upon schools, and I speak with the students. And when I finish speaking with them, I'll say, do you have a question for me? No hand goes up. A hand is just to go up. In all my encounters in Ghanaian classrooms, we have tamed the children. We just want them to write down what we tell them. At the day of exams, they should put down what we have told them. We say, you are the best student the country has ever known. That kind of education system will not transform Ghana. That kind of education system is not going to give us critical thinking individuals, especially since we are in the 21st century and education 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution. You can't memorize your way out of poverty, but you can critically think and innovate out of poverty. So Ghanaian schools, Africans will have to begin to take a serious look at what I call the assertive curriculum. A curriculum that empowers the African child to ask questions and challenge the status quo respectfully within the African cultural context. But not a curriculum that tells the African child to be quiet and don't say anything when the adult is speaking.
You can't memorize your way out of poverty, but you can critical think your way out of poverty. So in closing, some of the lessons that are emerging and potentially recommendations: coherence across any curricular design needs to be pulled through in assessment and pedagogy. We need to make sure that there's alignment across all spheres of government if there are to be long-term changes around curriculum. Substantial initial and continuous professional development is an absolute necessity. Consultation and co-creation in the development of any kind of competency frameworks or skill frameworks is crucial, and careful consideration of implementation, pace, and sequencing. And finally, making sure that we prioritize strategic communication through any change that we undergo. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shirley. Let's give her a big hand of applause. Worldview. It's very important. We've come to a point where we're going to allow for questions and comments for 10 minutes. Worldview. To have a worldview when you run a system. I've heard people saying, I'm on the ground. To be on the ground is good, but you must have a worldview. Okay. Okay, there's a hand over there. One. Any more? Two. These lights are quite tough pointing at one's eyes. You can hardly see. One, two. Any more hands? Three. Over there. Any more this side? The left wing? There's nothing. Okay, let's go with those three. One, two, three.
Digit, thank you for this opportunity. Let's appreciate the presentation. They were very rich and informative. I want to focus on the presentation made by Dr. Theo, and I think it's an excellent presentation. I'll tell you why, because it provides us with the intelligence required to take the system forward. And I think that presentation, I'm not discounting the other one, but I think it's an apex presentation that needs to be captured, and I'll give you further reasons for that. The object placement in that presentation was perfect. The object placement was perfect. It had some noise that needs to be removed, but it has all the elements and ingredients for us to produce the intelligence that's required. Then the next one is it takes care of the convergence problem in terms of that knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes. We have this tendency of dealing with skills, knowledge, and values separately, but it takes care of that problem, and that's another reason why that presentation is appreciated. So we can no longer function alone with curriculum, alone with the assessment, but we need the convergence, and that's the intelligence that is provided. They say, start converging your stuff and you will see things differently. The noise aspect I spoke about, and then the next part, we talk about the content load. The reason why we want less content is because we give learners more opportunity to manipulate knowledge so that they can become more creative. So that's the second part of it. And then the next point that I want to make is that creativity is allowing children to put two ideas together in different form to get new ideas out of it, and that's where we require that time and space for teachers to work with. Then the next one is assessment. Assessment in our country is ends-based. In other words, after the fact, we want to know what learners can do and what they can remember, but the process of acquiring that knowledge is very different. And this brings us to the next point that was raised about qualitative and quantitative. They speak about quantitative and qualitative data. However, there's quantitative and qualitative experiences. In the qualitative experiences, like for example, a teacher holds mentally what creativity is and track how learners put together ideas, and they recognize that in the class. That's the subjective experience that teachers need in order for them to calibrate their thought process so they recognize it in the classroom. And then I think...
and that's the last point.
That's the last point, DG. Thank you very much. I think I captured everything, and we can link other presentations to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Number two.
Thank you.
Number two.
Good afternoon,
Your mic, Emma.
Thank you, DG. Oh, they don't want me to speak. Okay.
There's something that you are doing to those mics.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Great.
Thank you. Good afternoon, DG, and to all the leaders present and participants. So I want to appreciate all the presentations and echo the sentiments, not repeating what Rennie said, but echo the sentiments. I want to start also with Dr. Ian Theo's presentation. It endorses the position of the South African teacher unions, the collective 5 teacher unions position around assessment. So hopefully we can work closely with the officials in line with this. The other issue that was highlighted in this presentation was the issue of the systemic evaluation. We have our systemic evaluation, however, it hasn't gone full scale, so we need to hasten and make sure that that goes full scale. The other issue the issues around trusting SBA. We've seen it in the, I think, first presentation after lunch. And the fact that Umalusi endorsed, or the raw scores of the majority of the NSC, tells us that our teachers are doing something right as far as school-based assessment is concerned. We need to strengthen that lower down than rather relying on scripted lessons and scripted tests. And finally, Shirley's presentation, we've seen the importance of inclusion of educators and keeping teacher professionalism and autonomy intact. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hema. Number 3, which is the last one. Number 3.
Okay.
Number 3 somewhere here.
Good afternoon, DG, and good afternoon to the colleagues. I've got 2 questions. One from the Kenyan presentation that spoke about the formative vis-a-vis the summative assessment, and they've got 60 is to 40 percentile. My question is, what informs that ratio, 60 to 40? And then second, is it applicable across all the levels? That is the Kenyan presentation. The second one comes from Dr. Teo, a great presentation indeed, but somewhere I think there is a point of personalizing teaching to support the individual learner. And I'm just questioning the question of how practical, what practical steps makes that easy to apply in a context where classrooms are large, where you personalize the teaching so that every individual learner is being catered for. How practical is it, and what steps are being encouraged in a very large classroom context? Thanks.
Thank you. I just picked up those questions that come from Mr. Dikgomo. The rest of the other colleagues, I think, made comments. There were no specific questions directed at any of the speakers. Shirley, I think one of the questions is directed to you from Mr. Dikgomo, and the other one, Mr. Dikgomo, if I'm not wrong, is directed at Dr. Teo. Is that correct? Am I right, Mr. Dikgomo? Okay. Shirley, one question was directed at you.
The one was from Kenyan presentation.
Kenyan presentation.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was for Shirley. So we'll go back to Prof in Kenya. Can you repeat it in case you didn't get your question? The one you directed at the presentation made on the Kenyan education system.
Kenya was proposing to move more from formative, summative assessment to inculcate the formative assessment. And they introduced a 60-40 split, 60 in favor of formative, which is continuous based assessment, and then summative. My question was, what informs the ratio? Why is it not 50-50? Why is it not 25 is to whatever? The first question. Second is it applicable across all the levels of schooling?
Thank you. And then the other one you directed to which presenter?
That was Dr. Teo, where he was talking about promoting personalized teaching to support the individual learner. I was asking the question of, in a context of large classrooms, how do you personalize teaching so that every learner has got his access to proper understanding? How practical is it? What practical steps are making that easy?
Okay. Prof, are you still there?
I am here, DG.
Please proceed to respond or comment on the question.
Thank you very much, DG, and the person who has raised the question. What informs the 60-40 percentage in favor of formative and summative evaluation? The background to this is that we were experiencing very high stakes in national examinations, even with some attempts at cheating in the examinations. And sometimes during the national examinations, some learners would be unwell, admitted in hospital. Some learners would not be able to do examinations for various reasons. So it was considered that to be able to get a true picture of a learner's ability, it was important that we put a bit more emphasis on formative evaluation. And that is where we pegged it at a higher percentage than the summative evaluation, which is national. One more point, we are looking at assessment in the current curriculum as a tool to inform improvement as learners progress. Assessment for learning as opposed to assessment for learning. And for that to take place, we thought that we would give it more weight so that then we can get right interventions as the learners progress. And I should have mentioned that actually the scores of learners in formative evaluation from grade 4, grade 5, and grade 6 will be taken into account as we give them their final assessment grade for primary school. And that is given in terms of whether the learners are exceeding expectations against the expected stated learning outcomes, they are approaching expectations, they are meeting or are below. Is this across all levels? Yes. This is intended to be across all levels in basic education, primary, junior secondary, and senior school. Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you, Prof. And thank you. You've represented the PS exceptionally well. Thank you.
We say asante sana.
Dr. Theo, I think the other question is directed at Dr. Theo, not Theo.
That's all right, I got it. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for this time. I believe the question was, how do we personalize learning in large groups? And I would suggest very humbly that one of the first steps that we need to take is to apply assessments to identify individual capabilities and establish baseline. Once we've done this, we can then start to group individuals together and then monitor as best as possible individual learning. Now, this may involve group-based strategies over time, and eventually they become articulated strategies to support individual learners. So it may well be the case that to arrive at individual learning, we have a group focus first that becomes much more refined over time. And I believe that might be a practical way to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. HOD, we are back with you. I'm suggesting that we run through the next session and probably just run until we finish. Colleagues, we won't take any break because we want to deliver you to your evening as soon as possible. And we're going to use the 20 minutes for break to continue with the program. I can see that there's no violent opposition to this proposal, so we'll proceed with it. HOD?
Well, thank you very much, DG. It's very nice to sometimes delegate upwards. We have actually come to the end of the presentations, and let me thank all the presenters for the rich, dynamic, and informative presentations, and also let me thank the delegates for their robust and passionate interactions. Now, the next session will commence with a panel discussion, and this is going to be facilitated by Mr. Harun Mohammed, and I'm going to request him to ascend the stage. While he's doing that, let me just give a very short biography of Mr. Mohammed. He is the Deputy Director General for Curriculum Management, Teacher Development and Assessment at the Western Cape Department of Education. He was previously the National Director for Continuing Teacher Professional Development at DBE and Executive Director at the Gauteng Curriculum Development Institute. He taught English at primary and secondary schools and lectured in humanities at Transvaal College of Education. Mr. Mohammed has worked in NGO and community-based and non-formal programs. He has published articles on and presented on education, curriculum and teacher development, sports and development. Okay, in terms of his qualifications, Mr. Mohammed has a BA, and then he has a higher diploma on education, Bachelor of Education, Masters of Education, Diploma in Strategic Planning and Leadership. Let me request Mr. Mohammed to take the podium. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to facilitate this interesting and relevant session. And a hearty thanks and welcome to the distinguished panel behind me, who will address the topic, how do we understand, or how do we balance local context and global relevance in curriculum reform? And they'll be sharing with us some critical perspectives on the topic. In previous sessions, Dr. Lubisi and other speakers have raised issues around how this particular topic derived from 2018 in the Lekgotla. Dr. Lubisi spoke about reset. Dr. Marope spoke about relevance. And so this particular discussion will be engaging on the extent to which we as South Africa are behind possibly in terms of global relevance. Are we moving too slowly? Are we moving too fast? And how do we balance the relationship between the two things? Our first speaker is Ms. Hannah Yoshimoto. She is Chief of Education, UNICEF South Africa, with a focus on ECD and skills development for adolescents and youth. She is a former regional chief of education at UNESCO Regional Bureau for Education in the Arab region, leading the monitoring and reporting of the SDG 4 Education 2030 agenda. Before UNESCO, she served as the chief educationist at UNICEF Egypt, providing technical assistance at the Ministry of Education for their skills and competency-based national education system. She has also served as chief education specialist at UNICEF Somalia and an education analyst for the World Bank headquarters. Before entering the international development industry, she worked as a senior analyst for an American multinational investment bank, Goldman Sachs. Her academic qualifications include a BA in political science from Sophia University, an MA in international education from the American University, and she is an executive MBA candidate at Trium Global EMBA. And she also, today she will focus mainly on the 23 commitments that we as South Africa made at the September Transforming Education Summit in New York. And without further ado, let me invite her to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. And first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very much honored to be part of this amazing panelists here. So I want to kick off this session by talking about the macro level global trends. And it's very macro, but there are realities out there and things to consider as we prepare children of South Africa and talk about the CAPS, the modernized curriculum, and the three-stream model. for the future. Sorry, how do I get my presentation on, actually? Would somebody help in getting my PowerPoint up? Great, thank you so much. So at the global level, we're talking about, on one hand, we're talking about the learning recovery, the remedial education, the inclusive education, return to education, etc. But on the other hand, we're talking about these new trends that popped up and currently being mainstreamed in various aspects of education and skills development. These are education and skills development sector. What are the current trends beyond the sector? Today, we are facing polycrisis. Polycrisis are cluster of related global risks with compounding effects that the overall impact exceeds the sum of each part. There are three main primary issues when talking about polycrisis: the global cooperation, resource competition, and climate change. It's quite easy to understand the logic behind this because where there's resource competition leads to resource scarcity, shortages, which leads to global competition, causing global cooperation to suffer, like in the case of climate change. Water stress is one good example. South Africa is already a water-scarce country. By 2030, which is just around the corner, there will be water shortages in the country. It's very clear, this trend is very clear when we look at the war happening in Ukraine. Deglobalization. So the recent opinion suggests that globalization is receding, where countries are undoing decades of integration. On top, the technological advancement have transformed labor-intensive production processes into capital-intensive and knowledge-intensive processes. Consequently, the trades that took advantage of low-cost labor in less developed countries now have lower benefit against their business model. The trend is already causing issues such as the disruption of the supply chain, trade sanctions, resistance to free trade, surging inflation, rising energy costs, and pressure to decarbonize. On top of this, the big global players in the north are fighting their competitors through building allies. So in the future, the trade is expected to be happening not through offshoring, but through friendshoring. The US and the Western Bloc, the competition against China is very visible, isn't it? Especially since last October, when the US already hit the Achilles heel of China. They put the sanction on international sales of computer chips. Not only that, they are banning China's importing of materials to produce computer chips. On top, the American citizens are no longer available in working in Chinese-owned semiconductor companies. They are going back to their country. The good thing about globalization is that it really enhanced and encouraged the transfer of skills, knowledge, and technology, and also this exchange of human and capital. If deglobalization is the current trend, the key question is, what is the impact on education and skills development? More specifically, what's the impact of education and skills development in South Africa? Because we know that South Africa benefited from globalization. And we also know that China is the top trading country for South Africa. Semiconductor industry is just a start. Which industries are going to be hit next? Are there any changes in the demand from the labor market? Are there changes in the way you learn the skills, the approach to take, etc.? The anxiety over this trend is causing tensions and exposing the vulnerability of interconnectedness. And the governments are encouraged to really capacitate the domestic production capacity as well as enhance the economic resilience. So seeing these trends and also responding to the learning crisis that's been discussed earlier today, there was a call for action. As Dr. Marope mentioned earlier, the Transforming Education Summit was conducted in September 2022. It is a key initiative of our common agenda that was launched by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. There were 9 commitments, call for action, common agenda set under this Transforming Education Summit. And there are all the issues that we have been discussing, and many, many countries have joined this movement. Unfortunately, from the Eastern and Southern Africa region, only 4 countries committed to this agenda. South Africa is one of these 4. We have committed in joining this commitment toward the 9 agenda addressed in this presentation. Not only that, South Africa conducted 15 national consultations between the period of June and July last year as a preparation for the Transforming Education Summit and developed the National Statement of Commitment. Don't worry, I don't expect you to read this. There's a link to the actual document in the next presentation. And this is a set of 23 commitments. And I wanted to remind you that the country, we have committed to these 23 items. It is already sifted through all these 15 national consultations. And so I thought of sharing this as a reminder, but also as we talk on the practicalities of how to implement, how to really realize these 23 commitments, I thought of sharing this document for us to really follow up on the submission that was made. The document was actually submitted during the summit in September last year. The National Statement of Commitment. So the key is, how do we really realize the commitments? And I think the answer is here. The reason why we have gathered here today to really talk about how to implement the practicalities and really ensure that how the South African education system will transform for the future of the country. I want to end this presentation by the quote that was made by the UN Secretary General during this Transforming Education Summit. The choices we make or fail to make today could result in breakdown or a breakthrough to a greener, better, safer future. The choice is ours to make. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Hannah. One's guess is, with her reminder and the way our discussions are going, next year when we meet, we will be able to show progress on those 23 commitments that were made in September by our National Minister last year. Our next speaker is Professor Crane Sudin. I just learned earlier on that he comes from the same hometown that I come from, Kliptown. He is former DVC of the University of Cape Town, where he remains an emeritus professor in education and African studies. He's former CEO of the Human Sciences Research Council. He has honorary professional appointments at the Nelson Mandela University and Cape University of Technology. His publications are in the areas of social difference, culture, education policy, comparative education, educational change, public history, and popular culture. He has an A rating in the South African research system. He is involved in a number of local, national, and international social and cultural organizations. He's got, as per the biography in your pack, a very extensive history of rich professional experience, which I'm not going to go into, but just to say that he is a fellow of the International Academy of Education, the African Academy of Science, a senior fellow of NORAG, Geneva Graduate Institute, a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa, a former fellow of the Stellenbosch Institute of Advanced Studies, the Sarchi Chair in Development Education, UNISA, and the Center for Global Citizenship Education Research, University of Alberta in Canada. He serves on the board of a number of cultural heritage, education, and civil society structures. Without further ado, over to you, Graham.
Thanks very much, Arun. So I really want to say thank you to all of you for having brought us to this particular point. A lot of what I'm wanting to talk about has already been said. So I'm going to try and crisp the major point that I'd like to leave with you in just a couple of sentences, or at least that was my ambition. I clearly am not going to be able to do that, but I'd like to say to you that what we've been talking about and what we will keep needing to talk about always is what is a good education. This is what I think is at the heart of this particular session here, which is juxtaposing, if you like, the local and the global. The approach that I've taken to thinking about what a good education is to regularly, and some people who know me will half expect to anticipate what I'm going to say, is to quote from the last few paragraphs of that great book by Edward Said called Orientalism. In this last page of Orientalism, what Said does is a quote from a man called Hugo of St. Victor, who wrote in around about 1120. Just think about it, 1120, almost 900 years ago. And Victor Hugo made the following comment about education. He says, "It is therefore a source of great virtue for the practical mind to learn, bit by bit, first to change about invisible and transitory things, so that afterwards it may be able to leave them behind altogether. The man who finds his homeland sweet is still a tender beginner. He to whom every soil is as his native one is already strong. But he is perfect, to whom the entire world is a foreign land. The tender soul has fixed his love on one spot in the world. The strong man has extended his love to all places. The perfect man has extinguished his." I use this regularly. It's dramatic, but it's, for me, a challenge to all of us to what we seek to do with and for these young people who come into our classrooms. It's a radical provocation. It's almost too difficult to bring to a point of practice. It's too difficult, particularly, and this is a little bit of a critique of a lot of what we've been doing here, it's a little bit too difficult in the context of the politically charged environments out of which we come. Environments which are seeking us to attach, to use our educational processes for narrow, very instrumental kinds of purposes. Purposes which, in a sense, culminate in essentially where the Americans want us to go towards a kind of what they call rugged individualism. It is me, 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 and me only that counts. And what this point of this argument that Victor of St. Hugo is trying to make to us is, yes, love your homeland, but never believe that your homeland is your whole story or the end of your story. It's absolutely crucial that we prepare young people to be sensitive to those heritages and cultures which they bring with them. And so it's a tragedy that our children cannot speak their own languages. It's a tragedy. But that's not the end of the story. We need to be preparing our young children to be able to enter the fullness of the world, with the fullness that the world can make available to us. And that fullness is this European heritage, yes, but it is also our African heritage, it is our Asian heritage, it is our South American heritage, it is all of that. All of that is ours. All of that. But we come to it not with a sense of deference. We come to a sense of it always with a thinking that we have the capacity to work with that knowledge in critical kinds of ways. To receive, but always to think that we can give back. And so our children are at this enormously complex juncture in the world. And this is my last point. I fear that we are preparing them only to go out and get good jobs in the European markets or in the American markets or in the competitive markets of places beyond our country. We need to prepare our children to be capable of moving. But we also need them to have a sense of what is important. And that sense of what is important is what is going to sustain us in the next 100 years, the next 200 years, and in the lifetimes of generations yet to come. When we work with dominant templates, as we are now, and this dominant template is essentially our European inheritance, we have to come to understand that that template does not answer all of the questions, of the challenges that we are having to confront. In some ways, that template is responsible for a lot of the challenges. And so we're at this incredibly important moment now, and this is my challenge to all of us. Our classrooms are absolutely central, experimental laboratories for making our children full and complete human beings. Nothing less will suffice. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Crane, for raising the question of what is a good education, for looking at the dangers and risks of narrow instrumentalist education, and also for how do we develop capable, caring youth for both local and global thinking and action. Our next speaker is Professor Anil Kanji. He is Research Professor Head for Assessment and Learning Research at Tshwane University of Technology. He is working extensively with the Department of Basic Education. His work addresses the challenges of equity and quality in education. He also serves as a research fellow at the Oxford University Centre for Education Assessment and the Centre for International Teacher Education at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. He previously was an executive director at the Human Sciences Research Council, where he headed the Centre for Education Quality Improvement. He has served as a technical advisor to education ministries in Africa and Asia, UNICEF, UNESCO, and the United National Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, as well as the Department of Basic Education, Jet Education Services, Umalusi, and the National Education Collaboration Trust. Over to you, Anil.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
I know you missed your tea. I'm sorry you missed your tea, but there's no need for you to ignore us. I'm sitting here, colleagues, and I'm thinking this is unfair. This is not right. We're talking of learner engagement. We're talking of dialogue. And the whole day you're sitting and listening. And then when you get a chance to ask questions, the chairperson, hope he's not here, stops you from talking. So in the spirit of a good teacher first, and secondly, in the spirit of implementing the DBE's formative assessment policy, I'm going to engage a formative assessment lesson as part of my presentation. Now, what does it mean? It means I'm going to tell you what I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to call some of you to tell us, what did I say? So, sir, the two guys on the right-hand side that's looking at your laptop, I've seen you, and I'm going to call you, and that ma'am on the left-hand side, I'm going to call you guys. Unfortunately, the lights are in my eyes, so I can't see, but I know Mark is here. I saw Comrade Ray sitting there. I saw Rennie sitting there. So unfortunately, guys, I know you guys, and I'm going to call upon you. Colleagues, thank you for the opportunity. In our discussion on how we're going to present this panel, this light is terrible, we've decided that we're going to try to enhance engagement, and Crane really set the bar by cutting his speech. So I'm going to do the same. My focus is primarily going to be on the practical aspects. Crane and the earlier speakers set the whole context. Cordono is going to put it together. I'm going to talk of the practical context. So Mark, what am I going to talk about? Rennie, what am I going to talk about? Sorry, did you hear? What did Rennie say? You see? So careful, guys. I'm going to call upon you. So colleagues, I want to make a few practical implications on what are the way going forward. And my emphasis is going to be, what is it that we can do tomorrow? What is it that we can do on Monday when we go back, notwithstanding the policy issues, notwithstanding the challenges that we noted? I want to very quickly note that COVID has provided us space. Evidence from research in South Africa indicate that we are willing, and our teachers, officials are willing to take up the space, and we need to do it now. So let me focus on three aspects at the district level. How many aspects, colleagues? How do you know it's three? Thank you, you're paying attention. One, I think at the district level, we need to move our emphasis to a greater focus on supporting and monitoring. I'm not saying accountability is not important, but I'm saying provide support and monitor next. The consequences of that, colleagues, is that then we have to provide capacity, we have to provide support to our subject advisors and district officials. Our research indicates there's very little, if any, national capacity development programs for our subject advisors. Anybody know of any for subject advisors? No? Okay, you can bring it up later if you do. And in that respect, what is critical, and following Crane, we're working with the DBE to work. Okay, so that's one. The second thing we need to do is we have to improve our systems for using evidence, and assessment evidence in particular, as well as decision making. It's not good enough for me to know how to use the data, and I go to my boss or my director and he or she doesn't know. And the third point is that we must provide our district officials, and in fact provincial officials, with enough time to, one, prioritize key national projects that we decide on and implement it. I don't want to talk about how often and how many times we've agreed on a course of action. Tomorrow something new comes up, and I won't mention this. I'm not going to say, for example, the coding project. I didn't say that. Suddenly our projects we're doing stops. And everybody is doing on a priority project, and we need to, as a country, we need to, as a system, decide on what is our priority and how we do that. And in that respect, how many minutes? I'm fine. How many minutes? 5, okay. I want to cut my talk short. And in that respect, colleagues, maybe it was really heartening to know that previous speakers, from international speakers, by the way, and you know us South Africans, if one of us says something, it's not a good idea, but let somebody from overseas say the same thing. Hey, then it's your show. This is now serious. Ish. We want this. We like this. This is important. Having said that, it's heartening that the work that we're doing with DBE is being noted, at least internationally also. And yeah, I want to quote the global adage, think globally, as Crane noted, but act locally. And so the assessment literacy issues that was noted, it's something we've been working with DBE, but our program takes it 2 steps further. One is we don't only look at assessment data, we look at all education evidence, whether it's from the school monitoring survey, systemic, that Stephen talked about earlier on, the systemic evaluation pearls, etc. But secondly, and this is where our key problem is as well, how do we as colleagues, as officials, at different levels of the system, take key decisions that are both going to be done? My colleagues asked me, Godwin, to talk about assessment and what are we doing different. The one challenge we have, and by the way, again, that man from Australia also said this, by the way, even though we mentioned it and we wrote about this 10 years ago. DG Malloy and I, whom one of your colleagues will know. The manner in which we report in our assessment data does not make it amenable for use. Telling me that my child got 55%, and that means he's at, average level, cannot help me or my teachers to do something about it. How about, DG, don't get a heart attack? You're sitting, right? We're now going to report matric results. There'll be no percentages. No 80%, no 50%, no 60%. We were reporting matric results using, for example, what's called performance levels. And performance levels tell us exactly what that person knows and can do and how he, she can or cannot apply it. And whoever wants to use that information at the workplace, at the school level, at the university level, can see that Godwin can do A, B, C, D, and hence he or she is suited to do this type of job. But more important, Godwin knows and understands A, B, or C, D, and this is what I, as a teacher or a parent, need to do to help him improve learning. Consideration. Can we do it? Yes. The new GEC, which in my view is not a GEC, but it's a different debate, the new grade 9 assessment allows us to do it, and I want to challenge our colleagues here that that's an ideal opportunity to pilot and try out new innovations that all these previous speakers have been talking about. And given the context of post-COVID, if it is post-COVID, we have the opportunity. Chair, one last point and I'm going to go. And that is, in all our debates, I think the one key consideration we also must look at, and I know Shirley, etc., has raised that we need to place greater emphasis on non-cognitive factors in our assessments and in our practices, and also extend, notwithstanding the value of languages, mathematics, sciences, to the social sciences as well. And with that, Chair, I will stop. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Anil. Thanks for highlighting the issue of support and monitoring. If you've been following a lot of the improvements in our system in the last while, you will have noted that a lot more support and monitoring has been done over the years by the system. But your point about deepening the use of evidence, I think, is well taken. And you ended up with some very bold proposals. Let's see how we can take them forward. Our last panelist is Dr. Godwin Khoza, CEO of the NECT, National Education Collaboration Trust. He was previously CEO and Program Director, respectively, at Jet Education Services and Research Manager at the Human Sciences Research Council. Prior to this, Godwin served as a Policy Analyst and Senior Manager at the Center for Education Policy Development. He holds a Master's of Management, specializing in Public and Development Management, a Postgraduate Diploma of Public Policy and Administration, BA Honors in Geography, BA Education, and recently he just completed his PhD studies. Over to you, Godwin.
Thank you, Harun. And DG, I nearly said good afternoon, but I think the appropriate greetings is good evening. Now they will know that this is the DG we're working with. So let me get straight to it. I won't do it like Anil. I mean, what you don't know is that Anil was my boss some 15 years ago, and you can imagine what I went through. I won't do it like Anil. So in our preparation for these inputs, all of us sat and we look at the program and the issues that we anticipated to come out, and we all agreed that our job was actually to help you get closer to the commission discussions. So our job was not to give you answers, but to prepare you to go into the commission discussions. Crane, being the senior person, at some point decided to give orders. He said, you will do this, you will do this. And he said to me, can you focus on telling us why the current curriculum is not optimally implemented? You can imagine what happened. So anyway, I'm not going to give you a list of why the current curriculum is not optimally being implemented, but I'm going to reflect on what we do and how we take this process forward. Now that all is said, we've ventured the entire world, there's many ideas, different countries have done things differently, there are common threads, but at the end of the day, the question is how we take this process forward in South Africa, in our context, with our typical history that we have in education reform. So the first was to try and frame, this challenge into some kind of a question. And the question that we came up with was, what are the critical considerations that would ensure sufficient movement? And that sufficient movement is loaded, because we can make a choice to freeze and do what we've done in the previous decades, or actually open up to change and move forward and actually embrace this competency-based curriculum. So sufficient movement forward whilst maintaining the integrity and stability of the system. So it is important that as you make the change, the system remains stable and we maintain its integrity. So, after considering, all what the other countries have done and some of the things that have been said here, the key thing seems to be ensuring a level of alignment between, 4 levels. Oftentimes, we focus too much on 1 or 2 levels and not the other. Oftentimes, we focus too much on the operations and we forget to look at the philosophical, part. Or we tend to look at the philosophical part and not look at the operations. And in that, continuum, there are other, kind of areas that we need to focus on, and those are the theoretical and the programming levels. I'm going to talk a little bit about that with a reflection on what has happened in the past. And on what I have 2 slides. This is the last slide. So, starting from the philosophical part, I'm just going to talk about a few, aspects. One is, a reflection on our values and principles, which I think in the past 2 iterations of our curriculum, we've done very well. Very much linked to our constitution, very much forward-looking and so on. But that too is a continuous process that we have to, continuous reflection process that we have to look at. What appears to be a limitation is how we retain this conversation on values and principles as a technical exercise and we don't take it to the public. We don't take it to where education extends in the households and in the places of work and that sort of thing. perhaps for us to strike a balance going forward in this next step that we're taking these conversations out is an important aspect that we have to take into account. And I'm very happy that the DBE has already taken out this conversation. So Cheryl and team have already met, gone around and started talking to people, get views and ideas and so on. We've got to do that with business, with parents and so on. 2, it's understanding the current learner. And coupled with that is who the parent of the current learner is. At least that is important if we think that education actually extends beyond the classroom into the schools and into the households. There's also a feeling that our 1999 transition was quite one-sided, a lot of push, and I think the opposite of that is like bringing everybody along, have a process that engages everyone, get the views and move together. Crane, I think, spoke a lot about the need for clarity of our success assumptions of education. And it's a debate that we have to take up, both in the sector and outside the sector with the parents and so on. What does it mean to have succeeded in educating our kids, beyond, just passing the exams and so forth? And it's something that we have to understand, broadly as a nation. The role of community, I've spoken a bit about that and how they could come around and drive, conversations. It dawned on me that the OECD, competency framework, over half of those competency frameworks, if you looked at them, actually have to do with how and why. And you can imagine if we engendered an understanding, a commitment that any conversation does not get finished until you have actually engaged in why and how. I mean, if that can go into the households, if that can happen in the classrooms, we'll certainly achieve a lot of the higher order learning, outcomes that we want. All of that has to do with, the first level, the philosophical, creating a common philosophical base for, the curriculum. And I've summarized that as the, revolving around articulating common public values about education in and outside the classroom. The next one is the theoretical level, and there's lots of literature and debates, in the world about, this transition, which requires, South Africa to engage in and take clear-cut positions on which way we're going, what level of mix we're going for, and summarized as dealing with the dichotomy between skills or competency-based, curriculum on the one side and the content-based curriculum on the other side. Again, taking into account that, consideration not to jump from one end to the other, and 2, agreeing on what curriculum reform approach we're taking. Are we building from the scratch, or we actually building on to what we have in the past, 25 to 30 years? The world actually has a very clear, lessons to learn around how you actually manage this curriculum through the, infusion as an approach. So building on what you have and ensuring that all what we do, at the center of what we do, we champion what teachers are familiar to. And that actually is a principle that warns us about jumping from one end to the other. The next, and I think something that we often don't pay attention to, is how we take these conceptual and theoretical and philosophical ideas, which sounds very good, and they apply across the countries, across the continents, and so on, and bring it home and program it in such a way that it takes into account our context, our challenges, our resourcing levels, and so on. It's a complex one. And oftentimes, we have these wonderful ideas which are not properly programmed and therefore don't stick by the time they get to the school. As the mantra say, education reform actually is all about what gets to the teachers, their principals, the teachers, and the learners. If it doesn't get there in the right dosage, in the right sufficient dosages, it doesn't amount to any change. It doesn't amount to any changes in the practices. So some of a few points to note there. Actually, it's ensuring meaningful planning of the implementation and taking into account the important variables of time, the content that we put through in the curriculum. There's been a lot of debate in the past 3 years, including those 2 years of lockdown, about how much content actually we put into the classroom. The context, I've referred to that. Preparation of the teachers. Half the people who have presented here have pointed to the centrality, how critical it is to prepare the teachers to drive this reform agenda. Managing large-scale change, small pilots, and they don't equate to large-scale change. Large-scale change has its own science, and actually we need to pay particular attention to how we program large-scale change. Policy consistency and intergenerational policy exchanges. It's very interesting when I observe the few people who are driving this transition. They're young, they're energetic, and that's great. They've got new ideas and so on. But it will be folly of us not to ensure that the generation that actually saw the transition in 1999 and the generation that actually saw the transition from outcomes, curriculum 2005 to CAPS and so on, doesn't influence what happens going forward. At best, okay, thank you. That's the last one I'm getting to the end. So I think one practical way is to make sure that there's intergenerational, exchanges. And lastly, on that level, it's the need for pilots and evidence. I can't emphasize that more. Anil has pointed to that, the use of evidence and a few other, implementation. I think activities and operations and so on, it's something that we're very busy with on a daily basis. What is important is ensure that all what we do at the various levels is actually aligned to the other levels. And the best way of designing that is to, do this iteratively. See to what extent actually these philosophical commitments have, practicality at the level of programming, and to what extent those are aligned to theoretical, aspects of the design of the transitioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godwin, and thanks to all the panelists for sticking to time. Didi Mweli, am I expected to coordinate the questions? But as we are getting into that, if I can just follow on what Godwin was saying. So as a panel, what we decided to do was to ask questions to support preparation for the panel discussion. And as the session indicated, the key question here is, how do you balance local context with global relevance? And I would like to leave you with a question: to what extent are the identities and characteristics of our learners finding expression with the reality of global trends? Is the question that we're needing to be asking as we start work on strengthening the curriculum going further forward, as was indicated. So the floor is now open for questions. I can't see too well, so I would need some assistance, but maybe if I can start. I see there's a hand, Hema, on that side. Any others on this side? Not seeing any. In the middle. There's one on that side, one on to my left. 2 hands so far. If I'm missing anybody, if somebody can just assist me along. So over to Hema, please. We need a mic for Hema. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again, and thank you to the panelists. I just want to make three inputs. I want to start on the reflection from the previous session, the closing remarks of the Ghanaian Education Minister about not having learners who regurgitate, and link it to the South African commitment in terms of ensuring that we address numeracy and literacy. And if anything we do at the end of this Lekgotla is that we put in place a system for implementation of addressing literacy and numeracy across the system. That is a must. Two, and this is a NAPTOSA position. So in terms of the second one, and it's linked to Dr. Taylor's input around infrastructure as part of his research and additional information coming out, and to Dr. Kanji's presentation, the philosophy, I see you and I know you, my child, in the classroom. In the majority of our schools, that's not a reality because I don't think the teacher can see beyond 45 in the class when you're having up to 70 learners, or 115, as we heard in some matric classes. So that needs to be addressed, and addressed as an urgent issue. And finally, I think both Prof. Kanji and Dr. Godwin Kosa spoke about interventions that we have in the system. And I think we need to call for an audit. As Labour, we did ask at different structures that the DBE does an audit of all the interventions, more especially those that come out after an international assessment, and then we drop all, and then we go on with an intervention to address a gap. And noting in terms of the learners who cannot read, and be part of the global 65%. So please, it will be appreciated if interventions and its successes are evaluated and shared. Thank you.
Thank you, Hema. There was a question on this side, on the left-hand side.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Harun, for recognizing me. I just, I think the title of this panel almost misled me, because the kind of content that came out of it was really inspiring for me, considering the work that I'm responsible for. You see, Dr. Kosa spoke about an articulation of a common public values, and the other professors were talking about, developing a well-formed child, or I see you, you're my child, or transformation, or a transformed education system. I feel, Harun, that we as the sector and all the people who are sitting here, we're behaving like, in biology, we were taught about a parasite that feeds on and even kills itself when it comes to issues of transformation. I believe that as the people who are sitting here, we should be positioning ourselves as advocates for transformation. In fact, it should not be happening that in public media spaces, we should be speaking in oppositional ends or at oppositional ends to one another when it comes to talking about issues of transformation, issues of equality, issues of diversity and identities. But what you find is that the Department of Basic Education would be invited into a panel discussion on the media, and you've got members, the people who agree with us here, that we should be providing a rights-based education system, who are able to speak publicly about some of the things that we're trying to address in order for us to advance and uphold the issues of transformation. For example, I'll give you an example. We are able to be shifted by social media as the sector and as a collective that's sitting here. When the Department of Education is talking about providing knowledge to young children about their rights and responsibilities, and you've got district directors and principals who are saying that we are teaching children to be radical and schools will become ungovernable if these children put so much emphasis and focus on rights and responsibilities. Another example that I can give you, the Department of Basic Education, in recognition of the diversity that we see in the country, we discuss and we realize that we've got to put out instruments that will allow us to transform the education system so that it recognizes the diversity of children. And in the end, we allow social media to distort that position, and they say that we are establishing unisex toilets, which is not true. The third thing that I can cite as an example, the Department of Basic Education recognizes that there is a diverse need for recognition of, or rather diverse religious practices. And case in point, ancestral calling, children who come into our schools with ancestral calling, and they turn back and they say, the minister and the DG are taking away religion out of schools and they're replacing it with ancestral calling and bad spirits and all of those things. And we sit as people who are here, and people say those things and express those, positions in front of us. And we don't say anything, we don't correct it, we allow our church fellows and our other fellows in the spaces where we work to speak like this about the efforts of the sector, and we don't even make an effort to correct it. I think that we need to agree when we leave here that if we're going to talk about transformation, we speak off the same page, and that we do not need to be at opposite ends about what the sector needs to do to make it livable for our children in the education system.
Thank you very much for those wide-ranging questions. So I think the best way to deal with it is to give each speaker a chance to respond to any of the issues that have been raised. Anna, to go first.
Yes, sure, thank you. Is this on? Yes, it is on. Thank you so much for the question. So responding to this question on literacy and numeracy, I think for me, building knowledge is an incremental process, isn't it? You start with the basics and then you build on the new knowledge as you go up and learn the higher order of education. So I think this focus of people who already mentioned about the foundational phase is so important because we want to build higher order and really show the results through the literacy and numeracy test scores. So I just wanted to say that this foundational phase that's been discussed already is I think, the critical element when it comes to the literacy and numeracy. And where there are students that suffer, of course, there's approaches like the remedial education, ideally individualized support where possible. I know these are very costly. There are some challenges with the teacher's capacity, time included, but we also have opportunity as well, where possible, where there's connectivity. There are online platforms and programs available where the remedial could be done online to lift some burden off from the teachers. So I just thought of sharing that. And I wasn't able to clearly hear about the transforming education question, but I just wanted to share. I must admit, I'm not sure if I fully understand when people say building resilience in the education system. What does this resilience really entail? But I do believe that it's also talking about the pace of how education system is flexible as well as resilient, that really responds to the changing world out there. We've been talking about all these reforms and curriculum included, which we require time to really materialize and show and bear the fruit. But at the same time, the reality out there is changing faster. So how can we as stakeholders really keep up with the changes that's happening out there?
Thank you. Crane?
Sorry, I didn't hear the questions very clearly either, but just to come back to what I thought was the sentiment being expressed from my colleague on my left here about the realities of our children. Just to say to all of us that our children bring incredibly complicated realities to our classrooms. And it's that we in the educational process need to be responding to. The difficulty, I think, and this is what COVID taught us. Sorry, I know that some of you can't see me here. The difficulty that came out of COVID is that we too quickly went back to where we had been pre-COVID. This reset button that everybody said COVID had alerted us to didn't actually happen. We still have an educational system that is very much like it was 150 years ago. Very much. I mean, the form and the patterns are all the same. I mean, COVID, in a sense, alerted us to come to think about the realities of where these young people are in their learning experiences that they bring to the classroom. And I'd like to say that we must try and understand what that reset button actually means. And I want to pick up on a comment, DG, that you made. I think somebody made it, that we are having to build and fix this plane while this plane is in flight. It's true. The Cubans, when they got to this revolutionary moment, actually shut down the whole system for a whole year. And in that shutting down of that whole system, they went into deep processes of consultation to ask people, what do you want? And we are having to do all of this consultation almost issue by issue. And it's really too complicated almost, and we're going to be making mistakes, and we have to find a way of coming to a point where we can be not simply defining for our children what it is that they ought to be doing, but having a national debate around all of this. And it's difficult, but I think we have no choice about doing a thing like that.
Thank you, Crane.
Chair, I didn't also hear exactly what the sentiments were, but if I were to make one key response, is maybe to share experience that we had working with children and some of our work looking at learner voice, learner rights, and learner engagement. In the project we're working with DBE on formative assessment, we actually consulted children, asking them to what extent are these new assessment practices of teachers helping you. And one of the most exciting but also saddest comment I heard across children from all grades, well, the grades we looked at, so foundation phase, intermediate phase, maths, etc., was, now ma'am gives me a chance to talk. Think about it. Now ma'am gives me a chance to talk. And children were just saying these new pedagogies that teachers are using and the approach that they advocating is that everybody is seen, everybody is heard, in itself allows children to be heard, but also to be taken seriously, and hence enormous benefits to that. And I think I'll stop there, Chair.
So, Chair, let me just, I think they responded to all the questions, but let me just say, I don't think that the issue of the competencies of the future is an either or against numeracy and literacy. It isn't. But I think what would help us is if this DBE team could quickly take out this emerging framework, because it starts to map these competencies across disciplines, subjects, and what new, areas you want to bring in so that it can be debated. And I think it will be clear in that conversation that this is not an either or. I think it's time that we must move beyond, the numeracy and literacy being an either or, and find a good balance that takes us forward. The second bit and last is that, this issue about consultation, and I'm glad that Prof. Sodin has brought in the issue of talking to learners themselves. Perhaps this is the time for the SGBs and the QLTCs to go beyond just talking about the governance of schools and talk about what is it? What's good education? What are these values? How are they engendered? And I think if we convince a bigger proportion of the public, they will help us carry through these educational intentions going forward. Let's open up this and bring everybody in as a nation. A few things that we're going to do from household into schools, into our curriculum, and it takes the whole education forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godwin.
So as I leave, we can give the panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed and the panel. Give them a big hand of applause. Professor Kanji, I must profusely apologize. I haven't done andragogy. I've just learned about it. So I must just warn the audience that you are getting into a night session. Those who have taught at Abet and so on, other centers teaching during the evening, I'm sure they are going to help us. I see Mr. Matthew somewhere, who's one of the officials who's very experienced in teaching adult learners in the evening. I really pity those who are coming on this session. I've warned the chair that we are getting into a night session. I do hope that competency-based curriculum presupposes a competency-based assessment. Professor Kanji, competency-based curriculum presupposes a competency-based assessment, which will take us to the whole new world that you are talking about, reflecting on the competencies of learners than what they don't know, but indicating on the scorecard what they are able to demonstrate as their competencies. This is the very last session. I want to apologize. I feel very bad, Professor Sudin, all the time when I have to come like I said to somebody, I really miss the gong. If there's any moment where I miss the gong, is today. I have to come in and be this bad guy who's going to push you out of stage. I think I'm going to bring back the gong for my own sake next time. Would you please join me in welcoming the chair for the next session? Is Mr. Kwase, the acting HOD for the Eastern Cape Department of Education. Would you please do that?
Thanks, DG. And good evening, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mahlubandile Dixon Kwase. I'm told that I'm the chairperson of this session. It has graduated from being a graveyard session to be a night school. Which is very difficult to manage. One of the ABET educators was narrating a story of teaching in that environment, teaching adults, and you say to them, you have 5 cattle, and thieves come in and take 3. How many are left? Instead of saying 2, they get so angry with the educator. How can they take 3? In whose crowd? In whose school? That cannot happen in my crown. That's where we are. We are in that night school. Thanks, DG, for affording me this opportunity. I'm the only chairperson here whose part is broken into two. So I'm the Omega today, and I'm the Alpha tomorrow. Thank you very much, DG, for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, our sub-theme is about equipping teachers with skills for effective classroom practice in the 21st century. I'm sure, put differently, how do we develop educators to be able to develop a 21st century learner, and also to cope with 21st century learners? But on the other hand, how do we develop a 21st century educator? I think that's what this is all about. So without much ado, you know, DJ, I was also tempted. I know that you are so used to funerals where we read obituaries before we start with the family speak. I know that I was tempted to skip this biography, but I know that you are so used to obituaries. Let me, without much ado, request a person who is going to address us on the alignment between DBE and Department of Higher Education and Training on the curriculum matters affecting the FET phase, especially in relation to the three-stream model. This person holds the BSc, MSc, PhD degrees in civil engineering from the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. After 6 years in the construction industry, he was awarded the Portland Cement Institute Research Fellowship based at WITS in 1989, was also appointed as a lecturer in 1992, and he currently holds an emeritus professorship in civil engineering at WITS. He was the head of the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering from 2001 to 2005. His research is mainly in cement and concrete materials science, and he has held a National Research Foundation rating as a researcher since 1994. He's a senior member of RELEM and has served on a number of their international technical committees. I like this. I like this. But he's currently the chairperson of Malus. Is holding this position, is in the second term. I know that in politics, this issue of second term and the third term is always a problem, but he is holding the chairpersonship for the second term from 2022 to 2026. That's Professor Balim, the chairperson of Malus. Over to you.
Good evening all, and I really am going to try to be brief. I understand that this is the evening session. Is it possible that we could get the slides up? But let me start by saying that the little bit, and I was hoping it wouldn't be that long, but the brief description of my background that you heard will tell you that I'm a trespasser in this discussion. Mainly because the area that I've been asked to talk about, which is about the three-stream model, the interfaces between the DBE and the DHET, are subjects that I have views on and so on, but I'm really not a specialist. You will have heard that I am a civil engineer, and that's really been my main focus. I'm hoping that there'll be a slide. Oh, okay, okay. Let me also acknowledge the DG Mweli. It's always a pleasure to have you around. The minister has stepped out, and I did say to her that I was very pleased that in her public presentation on the matric results, she used a wonderful civil engineering metaphor. She spoke about the importance of developing the foundations, the importance of putting reinforcement in the right place before you're able to build the second story. And in many ways, I'm going to stay with that metaphor about establishing foundations and making sure that the proper support is necessary as we develop learning through the system. And I want to think about the system rather than school or college or university, and speak rather about the coherence and integration of the system. I have a heuristic model that has helped me think through this issue, and that's what I'm hoping would appear on the screen. It seems that I did see the slides there, but somebody seems to be struggling to find it. Yes? Hakiz. No. Actually, don't worry about it. I think I can manage. So, I think as we think through this continuum in going from school to the world of work, let's call it the world of work, we think about the development of students or learners from the generalist who is focused on very strongly the world of ideas, developing and acculturating students and learning habits into the world of ideas, across to what I've called in the slide the professional practice. And of course there are these interfaces. Somebody's messed with my slides. That's not what I sent, but anyway. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? No? No? Anyway, sounds like we can ignore that. Okay, well, it's not quite what I sent, but the things got lost. You'll see that what I've done is I show this continuum as a pipeline, which of course it isn't. It's more an integrated network of learning pathways. And what's important is that it is almost an anastomosing system, a system that allows students to branch out, come back in, streams of flow that separate. But at each of the levels is an interface. There's an assessment interface at each of these levels. And of course, as you go from grade 12 to postgraduate or to post-school learning, there's an assessment interface. And I just wanted to spend a brief moment on understanding these assessment interfaces, because there is a tendency to misinterpret what it means, and I will make that point a little later. Just as it is irrational for a university to say to the DBE or to Umalusi, you must give us students who are guaranteed to pass. It is equally irrational for an employer in the workplace to say to an FET college or to university, you must give us graduates who will arrive at work and will be fully functional on day one. The important point I want to make is that learning happens in a continuum, And at each stage, after that interface, what we want is a learner whose achievements we understand, that those achievements make sense, and allow each of those institutions to make decisions about the level of support that the student needs in order to make them functional at what we'll call the exit level. As students go through this process, what we're also looking at is developing a sort of a learner who is very focused at basic and fundamental learning, right across to the lifelong learner. The idea of not only developing learners who are technically competent, but also developing learners who are engaged intellectuals. And here I'm using sort of the Antonio Gramsci conception of the organic intellectual. And those of you who haven't read Gramsci, you should. Can we focus on, go to the next slide? Or is that me? I do that. Ah, yeah. I'll say. There we go. That looks a little more sensible. Thank you. So this is the heuristic model I was talking about. I really don't want to spend too much more time, except to say that we start with this, what is at the bottom, the student learner, and we move on to the engaged or organic intellectual. And this means that as we go through learning, and a number of speakers have made this point before, we're also developing citizens, and we have to appreciate and understand that. Of course, a lot of my talk is going to be focused on the FET sector, and so trying to understand where we're heading with this is going to be important. I think that the issue that was raised regarding the relationships of these interfaces is that as we're developing curriculum, and I hope I'm addressing issues of development of curriculum in the FET sector for this so-called three-stream model, is that we importantly recognize that we have separate but complementary functions. That what each of us does has an impact on what the next level of learning will do. And that means that we have to have a shared understanding of the coherence of competency development across the sector. There's been lots of mention about competence. I'm a little bit nervous about too much conversation about skills. I prefer the word knowledge. But I do think that as we help students to develop through these learning programs, through these assessment programs, that we understand that we're actually doing more in learning than we can assess. And I think that point was made in the earlier panel discussion as well. And let me use an example. It was a point that came out of that horrible experience when those students, white students at University of the Free State, did terrible things to black workers. Professor Crane Sodine led the investigation. And it's a comment I made to the investigation team that what was, of course, racism is always offensive. But what was more offensive about that incident, of course appeared on video, was showed on TV all over, is not so much the racism. It was the fact that those boys were about to graduate. That I found a lot more offensive. If you're about to leave a learning institution with those social attitudes, then you should be careful not to call yourself a graduate. And it's in that sense that I think our task as educators, as curriculum developers, as those who focus our minds on pedagogy, is to accept and acknowledge that an ability to pass our exams is not a sufficient indicator of learning outcomes. That it is possible to train someone to pass exams without actually producing a learner. Crane has made the point about the importance of language. And of course, what we're trying to do is to facilitate articulation routes across the sector. The idea that a student who goes into a certificate program must end at a certificate program is something we should challenge. The idea that a learner can develop their pathways, regardless of where they start, is an important part. Let me take a moment to reflect on a point I made earlier as well. I think it is fair to say that one of the reasons for apartheid's success in developing Afrikaner nationalism, admittedly to a very small group of people, was its focus on artisan training. It was artisan training in the apartheid years that gave poor Afrikaans young men and women who perhaps were laboring in the mining sector an opportunity to getting access to the possibility of a middle-class lifestyle, to making a more significant contribution to the engine room of the economy, but also to buying into the national project, racist as it was. It was those kind of initiatives that lifted families out of what we call the trap of poverty and ignorance and unemployment. And I think I want to argue that in this country, we've become negligent about what it means to pay attention to artisan training. And let me say it here. Errors in exams are serious. And as chair of Umalusi, I take that very seriously. There were a number of errors in examination systems this year, and the mathematics error was taken seriously. It appeared in the newspaper. Everybody shouted about it. What happens in the FET sector, nobody pays attention to. It is in the public domain, but the media doesn't pick up on those issues. And the reason's quite simple. Poor people send their children to FET colleges. Doesn't make the news. That's not newsworthy. What we want to make a noise about is who's going to end up in university. I think to our detriment, we've neglected the FET sector, and to our national development detriment, we've neglected the sector. But we're also not asking purely for technocrats who are only skilled in the job that can be done tomorrow morning. That's not what we're asking for. Let me say this. I am a skeptic of the fourth industrial revolution as a phrase. I know that people use it as a placeholder. It's a meaningless phrase if you think deeply about it. But what I worry about is that the placeholder is starting to direct our thinking. And a placeholder is meant to be no more than a placeholder. Fourth industrial revolution as a phrase is developing and calling on too much focus on the means of production and completely neglecting that other equally important aspect, which is the relations of production. And I don't think we're having those kind of conversations seriously enough. We have to start thinking about what do we mean by this thing called the fourth industrial revolution. Because it has the second effect, and that is this alienating effect of the way in which we've constructed education. Professor Sodin has mentioned that. But let me take it further. If you come from a middle-class community, getting a degree affirms you in your community. If you come from a poor community, a rural community, getting a degree alienates you from your community. How often are women told, you think you went to university, you know everything. You can't have conversations with your school friends anymore. You've in fact become alienated from that community. And so this issue of alienation is borne out by the fact that the way in which we teach, the way we do things, almost reinforces this idea that if it is African, it is deserving of disrespect. I have yet to meet a first-year student who arrives at university who has read Salt Lake is Muhudi. Nobody has told us not to read those books. Those of you who have read it, it's a wonderful feminist novel. Here's one of the first novels written in English by an African. Our young people don't read it. By the way, I have yet to meet a first-year student who arrives in my class and knows how to prove the theorem of Pythagoras. They know what it means. They can say in their sleep, the square on the hypotenuse equals the sum of the square on the other two sides. But I have yet to meet a young person who knows how to prove it. You can cut a page and prove the theorem of Pythagoras. It's this habit of just reinforcing, reproducing, and alienating our learners from their knowledge that says you don't have to know why, you don't have to know how, just memorize it. And by the way, if it's African, it is deserving of disrespect. My isiZulu is terrible, I searched the dictionary, but there's a body of isiZulu poetry that is really worth reading. It has a rhyme and a meter that I like, but we won't allow it to be taught in our schools because if it is African, it is deserving of disrespect. And I do think we need to get over that. I can walk into a bookshop in India and get Nelson Mandela's Long Walk to Freedom in any Indian language. I can't buy that book in Shivenda. Can't get it in Setswana. Indians are reading our archive in ways that we're not reading our own archive. And we have to start asking questions about what is it that we mean when we say we are educating citizens, including those who will go out and do our plumbing or our welding. Just some questions for shared engagement. I mean, these points have been made. What are the attributes that make graduates ready for entry into the world of work, particularly in the 21st century? And if there's a question that I'd like you to take away from what I speak about now, it's probably this. If the modern world has made content knowledge so ubiquitously available, what case do you make for asking your students to come into your class? It's here that we should focus our mind on curriculum development. Why are we writing curriculum? How do we construct the pedagogy to support the students in their learning through that curriculum in ways that acknowledges that actually content knowledge is ubiquitous? Anybody with a cell phone, a smartphone in their pocket has access to an unbelievable quantum of content knowledge. Content knowledge is important, but we have to start thinking of it as a vehicle that develops the competencies that will allow artisans, university graduates to, in 15 years' time, be doing a job that doesn't even have a name yet. That's what our graduates are going to do. More importantly, how they're going to create those jobs. And then lastly, how do we jointly defend international comparability? And that's across the sector, school, college, FET, university. How do we jointly defend the international comparability of our qualifications? Develop critically engaged graduates, socially equitable profiles in our professional and in our professional societies. It still bothers us, the race and gender distribution of many of our professions. Defend academic freedom. It's in our constitution. Let's stand up and defend it. We're one of the few countries that has this in our constitution. And then lastly, the highest ethical conduct of professionals. And those are shared concerns across the sector. I just want to finish with really, I'm going to show you a few graphs, but they're very quick. This is WITS data. It's the pass rates performance of first-year students. I don't have a pointer, so I'm going to tell you to look at things. What I'm showing here is across the years it's old data, so WITS won't take offense with me. From 2002 to 2011, the blue lines show the students who in first year passed all their modules and progressed to second year. The red line shows students who passed but had to come back to repeat some first year courses. The green lines are those who excluded. They were not allowed to re-register. Two important features of this graph that I want to focus on. The first is that spike in 2009. You all can guess. That's the NSC, which was introduced in 2008. WITS had its highest failure rate ever in 2009. That's an illustration of what happens when examination systems become unreliable. We don't know how to interpret it. We admit students, but we're not sure what their results mean. And that's why consistency and reproducibility is so important. The second thing that I want to show you on this graph, and it's a perverse issue that happens up to about 2007. At WITS at that time, if you were a day student, which is the dotted line, you had a higher chance of passing than if you were a resident student, which of course is perverse, it's counterintuitive. And the reason was, when WITS's residents were all white students, Academic activities, guest lectures were common in the residence, and every hall coordinator was an academic. As soon as the residences became black students only, all the hall coordinators were administrators, and there were no academic lectures anymore. No academics went to residence to give a guest lecture. We started turning that around. I was appointed as DVC. I looked at this, it was worrying. I closed a pub in one of the residences. I mean, that was how silly it was. The point I'm illustrating here is the importance of the non-academic component in developing learning. I took, the only class indicator that I could find was NSFAS students. And when I looked at it, remarkably, NSFAS students in residence show no spike. If you support them correctly, if they're hungry enough for education, they'll perform well enough. There's no spike in 2009 for NSFAS students who lived in residence. I found that remarkable. Here's just a range of, I looked at a whole range of residences. And we introduced silly things, not silly actually, but non-academic. The one thing I wouldn't allow is tutorials, no extra classes in residence. We had four evenings a week, 1 hour of compulsory homework. Harun will remember Time to Learn, exactly the same model. You came, you sat and did your homework. When you got stuck, hopefully somebody would help you. Look at what we did. The worst performing residence in 2002 was the Blue Line, with an average course pass rate of 18%, which means that a student in that residence on average was passing 1 in 5 courses. By 2011, we got that to 76% average pass rate. No extra classes, no tutorials in residence. We did silly things. We showed a movie, a trashy American movie. The good guy got the girl in the end. And at the end of the movie, somebody got up and had a conversation about why were all the bad people Chinese in the movie? What was the director's view of women? If students listen to rap music, we'd say, well, why do they call women bitches? And what does that mean? It was acculturating students into the habits of mind of becoming critically engaged with ideas. That was what we were trying to do. And those were the results. The answers of what our students will learn is not necessarily what we are teaching. And that's an important point. The second concluding point I want to make is that as we think of developing young people in this 3-stream model who will take advantage of the new technocratic world and scientific world, don't forget that we're also developing young people who are the citizens of this country, and that learning must always be more than the technical content. Thank you very much, Chair.
A big round of applause for Prof. We are now going to have respondents. The time allocation has nothing to do with their biography, the length of their biography. They are respondents. I will request them to come forward. One is the Chief Director of Curriculum Implementation and Monitoring since 2018, and he still holds that position, Dr. Smelan. A big round of applause for Dr. Smelan.
Let me start by extending a special greeting to our Minister, Deputy Minister, in their absentia, MECs, DG heads of departments, and all esteemed guests. I must say that it's been a daunting task, and even thinking about having to respond to the very challenging presentation and thought-provoking presentation that Professor Balim has made. Let me also start by apologizing, Prof, that I should have asked for a copyright issue. And I think the Lekgotla can see that the first slide that is up, I think it took me almost half an hour to an hour to try and reproduce the diagram. Why I did that, I'm not too sure. But I thought I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to talk out of line with all the presentation and the critical thinking and thought-provoking presentation. But looking at the diagram, the title here is Interfaces in the Learning Continuum. Looking at the slide on which the diagram was projected in Prof's presentation, it was suggesting what has always been the case, where the interface in the main would begin probably after grade 12. That is after our learners have written the National Senior Certificate Examination. But given the developments that are currently on the go, where as basic education, we are introducing the three-stream model, and as part of that policy development, we are also, in the same vein, introducing a qualification at NQF level 1, that is at the end of the grade 9 year. And that is the General Education Certificate. So I would then argue that if we talk about the interface between DBE and DHAT, it is in the near future. It's going to begin from the end of grade 9, where some learners may want to to continue within the schooling system, but may want to venture into TVET colleges to continue studying their occupational or vocational curricula or skills. So that's the first point about the interface. And secondly, the other issue about the interface and the alignment between DHAT and DBE should also focus on the program alignment between schools and TVET colleges, which I believe is critically important to ensure that our learners completing grade 9 and articulating to TVET colleges will be able to succeed in their studies, because I think learners have already articulated to TVET colleges, but the success rate hasn't been to levels that are desired. And that could be attributed in part to program alignment between FET, that is grade 10 to 12, as well as TVET colleges. This then could therefore lead to improvement in terms of the throughput rates which has been reported not to be where it's supposed to be, especially within the TVET college system. And I want to believe that maybe in the main, it's our learners coming from grade 9 who have completed grade 9 who may not be proceeding very well and achieving the grades that are expected. But also in terms of the alignment between DBE and DHET programs, we need to begin to think about streamlining the offerings of qualifications at NQF level 2 to NQF level 4. That is, if we talk about the schooling system, we're talking about grades 10 to 12. But also if you go to TVET colleges, if you start in your first year, you start from an NQF level 2. So in other words, basic education and DHET are actually offering qualifications at NQF level 2 to 4. And this could, if we do the streamlining, how that is going to be done, maybe that should be an ongoing issue of engagement between the two departments. But that is likely to lead to effective resource utilization between the two departments. Especially if we talk about the three-stream model, the two streams, that is the occupational and the vocational streams, those are highly resource intensive, and we are all dependent on government. Whether we talk about resources in terms of workshops and other equipment, machinery, and all of that, or whether we talk about human resource to deliver on this curricula, if we could do the streamlining, I think we can gain more mileage in terms of delivering the programs. That is one. Secondly, maybe that could lead to TVET colleges being truly post-school institutions. Because if they can then move out of the NQF levels 2 to 4 qualifications and offer qualifications at NQF level 5 and 6, then there will definitely be post-school institutions. But at the level, they are sharing programs that are offered within the schooling system as well, in terms of these qualifications. And that in itself, I think, is going to align itself neatly. It's going to align TVET colleges to mandates of the Department of Higher Education and Training, because I want to believe that part of the mandate is to offer education or qualifications after the schooling system. That is beyond grade 12. And that is why I'm talking about NQF levels 5 to 6. Prof also talked about relationships at interfaces. I looked at a few. The very first one that Prof referred to, that is the separate but complementary roles that the two departments are playing within the education system. I am arguing that we may have to reconsider these separate but complementary roles between high schools and TVET colleges in particular, especially, as I've already mentioned, with regard to offering qualifications at NQF levels 2 to 4. Program or curriculum alignment to enhance articulation for learner or student successes. I think that becomes critically important as we continue engaging as two departments and offering education as a system in South Africa. I think the issue of program alignment will remain critically important. And I know, and I must also acknowledge that it's something that we have already started doing. We have been engaging, since we started introducing the three-stream model, we have been engaging with all parts of the education system, including DHET. And that is in line with the vision that is actually set in the National Development Plan, where it actually implodes all parts of the education system to work together to offer different learning pathways to our learners in the system. With regard to respective understanding of each other's intentions, I think that's critically important. Objectives as well as values, this needs to be, that respective understanding, in my argument, needs to be premised on respective mandates of the two departments. So that we should always be mindful of what the mandate of each department is, so that then we can understand the objectives, the intentions, and also the values that we try to inculcate. So DHET's focus on post-schooling programs and qualifications could also be helpful moving forward, and in terms of ensuring that as a system we use resources available effectively. In closing, I looked at the very interesting and thought-provoking questions that Prof has actually asked, and I think these questions are going to be occupying us as the two departments going forward. The debate is going to have to rage on. It's not going to end here. It may only be starting here, but it's not going to end here. In terms of attributes that make graduates ready for entry into the world of work, I attempted, I wasn't supposed to do that, Prof, because this is supposed to be, the questions are driving the engagement between the two departments, but I was just thinking that maybe some of the attributes could talk to issues of knowledge. Knowledge remains important, or theory. Skills, that is the practicals or practice. Competencies, as most speakers have alluded to. Attitude and code of ethics relevant to respective world of work. I think those will become important. And of course, one may add even experiential learning may actually prepare our learners ready for the world of work. Finally, how do we jointly defend international comparability? I just thought maybe simply by thinking globally whilst acting locally. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause for Dr. Smelane. Okay, can I now request the Chief Director of Policy and Planning Strategy at the Department of Higher Education and Training, Mr. Reineth Mgiba. He is also a learned friend with masters in policy, public policy, and also honors in economics. It's just that this conference is putting a lot of pressure on him to complete his PhD. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think you have just challenged me. I had thought that I would leave it to my son to actually surpass me and achieve a doctorate. But it does seem that I still have an opportunity if you still feel that I need to consider the pressure given to me by my colleagues. Chair, firstly, let me greet the Minister, Deputy Minister, in absentia, DG, the MECs present here, the HODs from the various provinces, and all protocol observed. Chair, I know that I have 10 minutes to respond to Prof. Balam's presentation, which I want to agree with my colleague, Dr. Similani, that it's really thought-provoking. As well, on our side, when we were trying to respond to the presentation and the thought-provoking questions, we also thought probably the questions raised as part of the presentation, Prof, we have to be subjected to as a collective. And as we go to the commissions tomorrow, we need to flag those questions. As we go back home, the two departments, DBE and DHET, will have to reflect on the questions. I brought my laptop, Chair, because I noticed Prof struggled, and I was thinking maybe it was a sabotage. So I thought, let me bring mine in case. And I'm not going to really go through all the slides. Suffice to say, the first slide is really reiterating what my colleague Dr. Milan has indicated. I think we all are aware that the NDP 2030, as it was indicated, really enjoins us to make sure that the different parts of the education system should work together, allowing learners to take different pathways that offer high quality learning opportunities. And I think as we deliberate, as we discuss, that for me is the crux of the matter. The centrality of what we are discussing here, as DG indicated earlier on, is the learner, which is the focus of our business as a sector. And we are in a peculiar space as South Africa because we are separated as DBE, as DHET, but at the end of it, as a country, we have one education system. What the white paper then does for post-school education and training is then reminding us that we equally have to prepare for workers so that they are able to be ready in the 21st century, but also prepare individuals in the learning continuum, irrespective of age. I think one speaker did indicate earlier on that if we take that context into consideration, we will, as we craft our interventions, direct them to really address what constitutes the spectrum as a whole. Now, what Prof indicated in one of his slides, particularly in terms of the relationships at interface level, is that by implication there has to be interfaces between DBE, between the DHET, between the quality councils, but also the workplace. But I want to add to that, Prof, to say such interface must be strong so that we don't leave any stone unturned. And I'll tell you why, because you are correctly, and we want to agree with you, that although we have separate roles, though complementary, but we need to then recognize what our respective roles are in the relationship. We also have to understand have a shared understanding of the coherence of competency development across the sectors. I'm not going to repeat that, but suffice to say that in the midst of that, there is an importance of ensuring that there's articulation. We believe as DHET that there shouldn't be any dead ends for our learners, for our students. And therefore, whatever as part of the interface, whatever that we discuss and we agree on, we should be able to ensure that articulation becomes the order of the day. We're saying this because we believe that the three-stream model, as Prof indicated, creates an opportunity, particularly for us to rationalize programs currently offered at NQF level 2 to 4, and I think that Esmilani made reference to this. But in the same vein, we also believe that as we position TVET colleges to be institutions of choice, this will also create an opportunity for us to position them to also offer not only from NQF level 4 to 6, but focus on NQF level 5 to 6. We're including NQF level 4 deliberately because there will be those occupational qualifications that will have artisanal programs in them, which colleges will still have to offer. The phasing out of the NATED program N1 to N3 certificates, we believe also will allow colleges to onboard a greater diversity of occupational national certificates at NQF level 4, as I indicated, particularly focusing on artisanal programs. But we also believe that the interface, as we work through our contribution and our working relationship between DBE and DHET, the focus schools, as well as the schools of skill that DBE has actually earmarked, will create an opportune space to make sure that TVET colleges are able to share teachers that are there that are trained by our universities, which will be able to capacitate the schools at the level of educating our learners. But we also acknowledging that this is not without challenges. As we introduce the three-stream model, we acknowledge that currently, and this is part of the discussions that we're having with DBE, that we need to acknowledge that there are duplications in the curriculum, and I think that they've similarly indicated that, particularly in certain vocational and occupational subjects that are being introduced as part of the vocational and occupational subject that the three-stream model will be offering, as compared to those that the TVET colleges are offering as part of the National Certificate Vocational, NCV. We also, as part of the challenges, need to clarify the purposes of the vocational and occupational subject offered through the three-stream model, particularly those in the NCV, to eliminate confusion. As one speaker indicated earlier on, that we have students who, having passed grade 12, are still subjecting themselves to enrolling into NCV level 4, which is really a waste of time and waste of resources. As part of the interventions, we have introduced and we are continuing to introduce as part of the teacher development program offered through universities that have been accredited to offer professional qualifications for lecturers in technical, vocational education and training programs. And a further 10 universities are also being supported to develop and offer programs offered by community education and training. And we believe this will, in a way, provide the requisite capacity to the TVET colleges as they upgrade into offering NQF level 5 and 6. I think this slide, my colleague has spoken a bit about it in terms of the questions that the Prof has raised. I'm not going to talk to it. Similarly, with regard to this slide, where Prof is indicating that as much as we are acknowledging learner competency at entry level, the question is what is needed to develop them to exit level competencies. I think with regard to the attributes that make graduates ready for entry into the world of work, I think in summary, we also thought that this may not be exhaustive and they are not cast in stone. And as we discussed, we need to determine what attributes are we envisaging. But at a minimum, we're saying at least at the exit level, we should be able to have students who have critical thinking, who are creative, who have technology literacy, but also who are positioned to be able to collaborate with the new expectations in terms of the 21st century world of work. I think, Chair, this is my last slide. The slides that I've omitted, I think I've omitted them deliberately because colleague Ntate Milan has covered them, and I hope that colleagues will also be able to read as and when these presentations are shared. But that's our input from the head chair. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for Mr. Mkiba. Are there any questions, comments? Number one. Or number two, number three, number four, number five. And there's one on the virtual platform. This has not happened during the day, but the energies are moving up as people are being distant from their dinner. Number one.
Thank you. It's Sizwe Masana here. Just a couple of points. One, it's really pleasing to see the discussions that are taking place between the DHAT and the DBE, particularly when it comes to alignment, integration, articulation between the three-stream model and what's going on in the post-school, particularly in the TVET environment. I may just say just a couple of things. I'm working in a number of areas outside of the NECT now. Particularly, we started in the East, working with schools to help them with the three-stream curriculum, but also working with two TVET colleges that are based Ekurhuleni East and Ekurhuleni West. One of the things that we find is really important but missing is the involvement particularly of the private sector in both the schools as well as with the TVET colleges, because you find that often, even though there's a lot of flexibility in this three-stream curriculum in terms of the trades or the vocations and so on, but when you go across, and it has to do with the point that was made around the NCVs and the NATED, you find that when you go to the TVET colleges, what is included in the Report 191 or minister-funded programs is not really what the employers and the private sector actually need. So a lot of those programs sit in the occupational programs which are not subsidized, which then obviously are very expensive because they're not subsidized, and therefore makes it difficult for the learners that are coming out of the school system to pursue those trades when they get to the TVET system. So that's one point. So the involvement of the private sector, I think, in how we implement this, especially for people who are big employers in those trades, is quite an important issue. The other, of course, is the problem that we have with mathematics, because you find that in a lot of the schools, especially in those areas where the learners or the teachers and learners are teaching some of those trades, often a lot of them are doing maths lit. So they're not doing core maths, and therefore it makes it really difficult for them to transition to some of the critical areas. If you take, for instance, the CNCs, the CVCs, and so on, all these new trades, because they're all computerized, and they all require basic knowledge, even if it's technical maths, but maths literacy does not help. So I think there's a need for alignment, even in terms of the subjects that are offered at schools as they pursue the three-stream curriculum, so that the articulation into the TVET system can work much better. Thank you.
Number two.
Thank you very much for the presentations, and it's looking really exciting in terms of creating alignment between DBE and DHET for the three streams. What I would like to ask is, in the attributes for the graduate, I noticed that we don't give any attention to human rights and social justice. Sorry?
Thank you very much.
And
okay.
is there space to add that to the attributes while you're building this alignment? I also noticed in a previous slide, we talk about these graduates having attitudes, but we don't look at a values alignment between the training they're receiving and the industries that they're going into. And so a call for values to be put back into the thinking of attitudes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Number three. Number three was seated.
Thank you very much. My name is Khotso. I would like to just test the two respondents from DBE and DHET thinking around separating NQF 2 to 4. I mean, I'm understanding the intention is to have NQF 4 and above staying with the DHET and the other one staying with the DBE. I understood the challenge to be around articulation from the DBE to DHET, which essentially made it difficult for one to have, to be exempted from those two NQFs. I'm concerned particularly about the ability to make a choice about environment. So that these are two different environments, particularly for learners who may be a lot older. It provided them with an option to complete their NQF4 eventually within a TVET college. Can this problem perhaps not be solved differently by improving articulation, that in the case where one has done their learning until grade 12, they get exempted and do not necessarily have to duplicate and repeat? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4, that side. And my number 5 is that side. And number 6 is in the virtual platform.
Thank you very much. My name is Fanny Mashap, representing Sanase. I just wanted to check with Dr. Milani the issue of transition for learners in special schools, especially schools of skills or those piloting TOC. After level 4, after completing level 4 in our schools, these learners do not have any opportunity for continuing education because they are not ordinarily being received well by FET colleges. Is there any plan for learners in special schools transition or exit strategy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 5.
Thank you. My name is Nadine Pert from the Gauteng Department of Education. Having worked in both the TVET sector and the schooling sector, the placement of the NCV and alignment with what happens in a school, the two run very close, the NSC and the NCV. For example, in the NCV, you have the ISAT, which is the Integrated Summative Assessment Task, and we're already doing it in the form of a PAT in the more academic streams in our schooling sector. So to bring those two together under one house and one roof makes sense, because then you won't have a problem with portability. If a candidate chooses then to change from the more academic stream to a technical stream, it's in the same system, under the same umbrella, the same house, the same qualifications framework, etc., no problem. The challenge is that Mr. Magibe is quite correct, that colleges will continue to offer qualifications that fall on levels perhaps 4, 3, 4, that seem to belong to basic education. The reason for that is that the minute you bring a workplace component into that qualification, a learner who's attending school full-time, it doesn't gel well with the basic education space, that a learner will be in the workplace while completing the theory part of their curriculum. So there will still be those, but those will be the qualifications that take the learner into the workplace for certain hours of the month or the week or the year while going to attend class for the theoretical underpinning of that. And the experience is that a lot of our NATED candidates battle with practical implication type questions because they don't understand a workplace. They're not in a workplace, they go and write it, so they don't perform well and they don't have the insight required. So I think that to me is the big difference between what is offered at a school and what is offered at a TVET college. But I'm very excited to hear this afternoon that the DBE and the DHET agree that the 3-stream model is offering an opportunity to take us forward and on the right path without duplicating resources, wasteful expenditure, etc. So we can have a focused attention on what we call the focus schools or the schools of specialization and really make those schools become like blue flag schools, that when we look across the country, they'll be top performing and give us the technical, electrical, and all of those skills required for those learners. We must also remember there's the N6 diploma, and that diploma, its role must not be underestimated. And here I'm talking to my colleague at DHET, because that route offers the candidate who hasn't got a degree pass or a diploma pass kind of an opportunity to get a qualification after workplace exposure. So let's also think about that candidate, so we don't lose that candidate who doesn't get the degree and the diploma pass for university, and also create a pathway for them to get a qualification beyond matric. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kala, can you assist us with the
Thank you so much, Chair. We have one question here from someone who's requested to be an anonymous attendee. The question is for Prof. Balim. So, Prof, do you think that mathematics and sciences is a must for a combination with technical subjects? So once again, do you think that mathematics and sciences is a must for a combination with technical subjects? Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure whether I was able to get the content of the question. Can you repeat?
Once again, Chair, the question is, do you think that mathematics and sciences is a must for a combination with technical subjects?
Between maths and science and technical subjects. In mathematics is a must. Got it. Okay. First of all, colleagues, and I'm going to apologize on behalf of both all three of us, my panelists, fellow panelists as well. The acoustics in this room is dreadful. It was actually difficult to hear you. And the reason is that the multiple speakers arrive at different times on the front here, so we hear echo. So we're probably going to miss a lot of your questions. I'm hoping that the rest of the audience heard your questions and that will be subject for discussion tomorrow. Allow me to try to make a few comments that I think will respond to some of the questions that were raised and comments. The first thing, and it's really something I should have said in my talk, and that is, for those of you who are turning your hand and mind to the business of developing curriculum for the FET sector, please avoid the temptation to over-specialization at an early stage. We live in a country where after high school, you can go into university and start a diploma in, say, agricultural sciences, in crop agriculture, or animal agriculture, or horticulture, at your first diploma. I've always asked myself, is it necessary to specialize that much? Let me try to give you a sort of a touchstone, if I can. Try to use the idea of being modest in range, but very ambitious in depth. And focus that depth on the foundational knowledge. The point that Sizwe raises about the workplace readiness and the utility value of our qualifications, sometimes I think relates to this plethora of courses that somebody has to teach, that somebody has to moderate, somebody has to assess, somebody has to set up a lab. And very often, it's simply repeated competencies that could very well be generic. But Sizwe also raises the issue, and I think a number of you have, about the importance of involving employers in the conversation. I've had occasion to talk to employers, and that point about respectful relationships, employers sometimes forget. They say, we need a chemistry graduate who knows which button to press on an atomic absorption spectrometer. Sorry, that's not our business. Our job is not to teach young people which button to press. Because the next time you buy another machine, what you taught them is actually lost. Ours is to focus on competence, and the workplace must play its part for developing the learning competence. But it is important that employers are contributors to and understand the working competencies that learners will arrive with. Much of the questions around NQF level 4, the articulation and interface between DBE and DHET, I'm going to try to leave to my colleagues to respond. I wanted to talk to the point about graduate attributes, and we didn't mention human rights and social justice. I want us to be careful that we don't think that if we offer a course in human rights, learners will think positively about human rights. I always remind people, all lawyers do a course in ethics. Be careful. Don't imagine that attending a course is going to make you competent in that requirement. Rather, human rights and social justice are values that we should be inculcating. We use the word values very often. I like the definition of values as the things that regulate behavior in the absence of rules. What is it that will make you help an old person carry their groceries across the road? There's no rule that says you must. It's your values. But values, by the definition I've just given you, can also be negative. So selfishness is a value. If you are driven and guided by selfishness, that's the value that regulates your decisions. Now, think about what it is that will make graduates acknowledge principles of human rights and social justice without actually having sat in a course. Nobody goes on a course on how to help old people carry their groceries across the road, and yet we do it. And so it seems to me that as we think of curriculum, and that's really the point I was making, or hoping to make, and that is, don't imagine that the only things that your students will learn is what is written in the curriculum. The way the cleaning staff cleans the floor is part of the learning experience of your students. And that's an important concept. Think about that as well. Let me finish with the point about maths. There's a really big thing about mathematics, and I think we're sort of not getting this conversation right. I've made this argument before that mathematics is a branch of philosophy. Mathematics is not a science subject. The minute you touch a calculator, you are doing applied mathematics. You're not doing maths anymore. There are examination systems. I understand the Kenyan examination systems in high school, where if you arrive for a maths exam, you're not allowed to bring a calculator. Because mathematics is about acculturating, developing in the minds of learners or young people, the habits of logical reasoning. It's an instrument, it's a tool. Indeed, it's become the language of sciences. But people were doing mathematics before there was things like technology. Mathematics is, I've heard somebody who was a curriculum developer say to me, well, we took geometry out of the curriculum because, after all, a doctor does not need geometry. Well, that's missing the point about what geometry is. Geometry has got nothing to do about angles. Geometry teaches you the difference between inductive forms of reasoning and deductive forms of reasoning. Proving a theorem is about being inductive, taking an accepted hypothesis and then using it to develop a further hypothesis, and using inductive methods. Now, a doctor cannot do diagnosis if a doctor does not know the difference between inductive and deductive reasoning. So we've missed this point about the utility value of mathematics. When we do technical subjects, technical sciences, etc., that's the applied mathematics. And it means that you're now using mathematics in instrumentalist forms. It's a subject that has to be discussed. I think those who think more deeply about curriculum in mathematics and the role of connectedness will probably have a lot more to say, and probably more intelligently than I can. But I do think that this business of logical reasoning and understanding that actually mathematics comes from the foundations of philosophy, or one of the branches of philosophy, is an important way to think about what it is we're trying to achieve when we teach students mathematics. I'm not convinced that the mathematics of change, mathematics of movement, which to all of us we call calculus, needed to be introduced in high school. I think that if we focus more strongly on the foundation, again, be narrow in range, but be very ambitious in depth, the mathematics of change and the mathematics of motion can be learned when it is needed. And really, I think we need a very strong conversation about this. But I don't want us to get involved in the conversation that you only do mathematics because you're interested in technology or in the sciences. Thank you. I hope that was helpful.
Any comment, Mr. Giba? 1 minute. Any comment? Nongathethanga indoda mase. Noba uthethanga indoda. Okay.
Just a minute, Chair, and thank you very much. And to add to what Prof has indicated, I think in response to the first question regarding the alignment of program offerings with the needs of industry, I think I'm standing here, I want to agree and confirm that this is the challenge that we are sitting with. And I think as part response to that, Minister Nzimande has actually impressed upon colleges, particularly the councils, but as well as the principals, to ensure that there is at least partnership agreements with industry for purposes of making sure that the program offerings, especially within the niche of a particular college in a particular jurisdiction, should be able to respond to the needs of the companies around. But also to ensure that the students who come out of a college are able to find experiential learning so that they are able to complete their qualification. But it is a matter that we assist with, and until we collectively find solutions to this together with the industry, the private sector, showing interest in participating in this. This is a mountain to climb. But signs are there to say that there are some signs of collaborations that are coming through as we engage through colleges industry.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think I'm just going to make one comment, and the comment is Department of Higher Education and Training, DBE, as well as Department of Employment and Labor are jointly implementing a program which is funded by the European Union, which is called Education for Employability. Why am I going to that? In the project, especially this year, the project will be embarking on a policy dialogue between the three departments. And that is where I think most of the questions that have come about, even from this room, and even questions that were posed by Prof, are going to be addressed through that vehicle of policy dialogue between the three departments. And I think a lot of answers may come to address some of the policy-related questions that colleagues were raising in this floor. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for Prof. Dr. Smelane and Mr. Mkiba. You can take your seats down there. Thank you very much. And I think the issues that were raised, we have noted them, and I think those who are facilitating, who are also resource persons in the commissions, will be able to lift the critical issues that have just emerged from the three presenters. Let me hand over to the DG.
Thank you. Colleagues, can you please put your hands together for Mr. Matlabandulo Dixon Kwase and the excellent presenters that we had, the main speaker or the presenter, Professor Balim, always thought-provoking. It's always enjoyable listening to you. And I also want to thank the two colleagues. Let me conclude, colleagues, by thanking you. I want to thank you for your discipline. I want to thank you for your endurance. Maybe it's a sign of a demonstration of resilience. You know, sitting here from morning, some of you from 8 o'clock, it's almost 8 to 8. Give yourselves a big hand of applause. I feel very bad that we've kept you here for so long, but I admire your discipline. I honestly want to be like you one day when I grow up. So thank you very much. So we're going to start the program 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Travel safely. There are pit bulls around here. Those of you who come from outside Gauteng, please go straight to your hotel, to your room, so that you avoid unnecessary confrontation with pit bulls around. The meeting is adjourned. We meet tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.